Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to another edition of DawahWise. Brothers and sisters, as you can see, Brother Mansur is back with us again. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Mansur. Welcome back.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
The audience were getting very worried. They thought they'd lost you, brother. So, where have you been?
I've been away. I'm still feeling some jet lag. So if I doze off after an hour or so, do excuse me.
Alhamdulillah. And you only came back like yesterday or the day before, right? I mean,
Yeah, not too long ago.
Very recently, alhamdulillah. So welcome back. So to everybody, yes, Brother Mansur is still here, even though I'm doing most of the talking, but that's fine. Brother Hashim, assalamu alaikum, how are you?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm very well, thank you. And glad to see Brother Mansur and our esteemed guests, Dr. Howard and also Jake.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, we'll introduce those very shortly.
welcome.
So Dr. Resnick, welcome. Jake, welcome. So for today's program, we actually have, this is part 8 of our series on demystifying Hinduism. And as you can see, Ustad Mansur and Ustad Hashim are here with us today, and we have two very esteemed guests with us, Brother Jake Brancatella, who many of you know, and Dr. Howard Resnick, who is a special guest. And what we'll be doing this week is we'll be taking a comparative philosophical journey, conversation, discussion into Hare Krishna and Islam, and hopefully it's a sharing of knowledge, an opportunity to understand each other's perspectives. Just for those that don't know, let me give a little bit of background to Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna movement, or the Gaudiya Chaitanya Vaishnavism, is a movement inaugurated by a gentleman by the name of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, born 1486, died 1533 in East India. Now, philosophically, Gaudiya Vaishnavism is a monotheistic tradition, rooted in the theistic schools of Vedanta and Vaishnava, and the Vaishnava theologians Madhva in the 13th century and Ramanuja in the 12th, which in turn have their roots in the Upanishads. And this is my understanding. So, Dr. Resnick, please do correct me if I go wrong with any of this. Gaudiya Vaishnavism differs from the older Vaishnava schools as it recognizes Krishna as the absolute supreme God, the omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, rather than a derivative incarnation of Vishnu, from where the name Vaishnavism originates, centered on the devotion of Vishnu as the original Godhead and ultimate source of avatars. Now, a distinctive feature of the Chaitanya school by the disciples and the followers is the belief that Chaitanya himself is actually a combined avatar of Radha and Krishna for the present age. Now, to our guests. Dr. Resnick, also known as H.D. Goswami, is a scholar, a senior spiritual leader of ISKCON. Following his undergraduate degree in world religions at the University of California, Berkeley, he went on to receive a PhD in Sanskrit and Indian studies at Harvard University. He is fluent in 7 languages and has completed a literal translation of his popular Complete Guide to the Bhagavad Gita. He has taught at Graduate Theological Union and the University of Florida, and lectured at many, many universities throughout the North, South of America, Europe, and India. Dr. Resnick, welcome to DawahWise.
Thank you.
And Brother Jake, many of you need no introduction. However, I will provide a brief overview. Brother Jake is a Muslim convert, invited to Islam, debater, podcaster, blogger, and a Muslim rapper. He runs the Muslim Metaphysician YouTube channel, where he engages in discussion and debates on philosophy of religion, epistemology, Christianity, atheism, and today is a special favor to us, Hinduism, or Hare Krishna. Yeah. I'd like to welcome Brother Jake. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Welcome to the show.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Glad to be here.
So, this is a very interesting discussion today, and I really want to start off with maybe Dr. Resnick. Clearly, you were not born into Hare Krishna. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe our audience know, but maybe just for our audience, just to get a little flavor of what your sort of spiritual position is, theological position is, and how you arrived at it. Would you maybe just open it with a few words and sharing that with us?
Sure. Yeah, thank you. I began the practice of bhakti yoga, which is what we would call the practice, in 1969 at Berkeley. It was, I mean, my story was not at all uncommon. I don't know, it was this zeitgeist, the spirit of the times that at a certain age, maybe around 18 or something, even 17 when I was still in high school, I was very anxious to understand the meaning of life. I came to a conclusion that that meaning involved a supreme personal God. So to me, it was self-evident that the truth I was looking for was God, in the sense of a personal God. And I never really was inclined toward what would you call it? I mean, I make a distinction between what I call philosophical monotheism and tribal monotheism.
Okay.
Sort of, my God can beat up your God. And so to me, it was self-evident, even at that age, that there's one God and different people are trying to approach or understand or worship that God in different ways. So actually, I'd gone to Europe in 1968. I was 19, and somehow God saved me. I was in a motorcycle accident. My motorcycle went over a cliff on a Greek island, and I sort of blacked out. When I came to, I was hanging on the cliff, and
Oh my.
God saved me. And I was held up at knife point in Tangiers and somehow talked my way out of it. So I went up to the Arctic Circle. I just, typical thing. And after going everywhere and seeing so many things, and coming from California, we sort of took for granted that we were the center of the universe in California at that time. And being in Berkeley, I came to a conclusion that really material life ultimately, I don't want to say meaningless, but it's not the point. Ultimately, it's superficial. I wanted to get beneath the surface, and I actually had a little journal. I was a writer, and so on a train going back from North Africa, going back from Malaga, Spain to Madrid, I wrote in my journal that I made a vow that when I got back to Berkeley, I would dedicate myself to trying to understand God. I sort of took that on as the purpose of my life. And so I listened to all kinds of preachers, because Berkeley then, it was like, it was like this galactic carnival. And so I basically, again, I respected everyone that was trying to serve God or preach about God. I didn't think there's only one way. And then after studying everything, I came to a conclusion, which was, you could say, it was both experiential and philosophical, that the knowledge found in Bhagavad Gita, which is, of course, the famous text spoken by Krishna, ultimately gave the best philosophical explanation of everything. And I needed that. I wasn't just looking for a warm, caring community, because I already had one. I had a really good family and I had lots of friends. And I wasn't just looking for an experience, in those days it was the LSD culture and everything. So I didn't just want to have, I wanted to actually come to and remain on or in a state of God consciousness. I wanted to permanently, forever come to a state of spiritual understanding. And what really, just to sort of round this out, it kind of like would close the deal, like in the car dealership, the closer comes in and makes the offer you can't refuse. So what really closed the deal for me was the ontology. When I was reading the Bhagavad Gita with the commentary by the person that became my teacher, Prabhupada, and he made the statement that we are qualitatively one with God, but quantitatively different. God is infinite, we're infinitesimal.
Okay.
And so to me, that was, I was not satisfied by dualism, sort of the idea that, we're so far from God, no one can see God and no one knows God. I thought, really? That just didn't sound serious to me. And at the same time, there were preachers saying that you are God, everyone is God. And again, I thought, seriously? If I'm God, poor God, so I was looking for something that kind of combined that ultimate unity of existence with, you could say, the devotion and piety of loving a God who's infinitely greater than ourselves. And so I began chanting Hare Krishna, the mantra, and I had powerful, consistent, coherent experiences. I began to come to higher states of consciousness, and those higher states of consciousness were not weird or freaky. They were just, it perfectly matched the theory, so to speak. So I felt, well, I've got a spiritual science because I've got a, quote unquote theory or philosophy of theology. And then there's a practice which was centered on chanting or glorifying the names of God. And the experiences I'm having absolutely matched the philosophy. And I found that I was becoming free from my bad habits. And, in those days, we had a lot of bad habits. So I was becoming free from my bad habits. I was becoming detached from materialism, and I was becoming attached to God and developing real devotion. And so based on the satisfaction I derived from the philosophy, and then a practice which exactly corroborated the philosophy, I thought that if I'm going to be, to use a term from those days, existentially authentic, if I'm going to have an authentic life, then I guess I have to do this. I wasn't really thrilled at the idea of joining an organization because I never really joined anything. So I was very much very individualistic, and so I just felt that in order to be that, if I was going to be a person with integrity, I had to pursue this and take up the practice. And
so had you been theologically committed to any other religion from birth, or maybe even before you explored Hare Krishna?
Yeah. I was born in a Jewish family.
Okay.
And I definitely experienced God in the synagogue, as I've experienced God in a mosque or in a church. And so, because I think God actually lives in all those places. And so as a boy, I started religious training. I mean, I went to public school, but then we'd go 3 times a week or 4 times a week for religious training. And I believed it. I loved the songs. They were songs glorifying God. In fact, I was the only kid, I think, in what they called Hebrew school. I was the only kid in the school that asked permission to take the prayer book home, because I just loved singing those songs about God. And I remember the first day, I was 9 years old, I guess, in the first day of religious school. That was in Los Angeles. And the teacher told us that, I guess it was somewhat allegorical, but that God has a book called the Book of Life. And so at the beginning of every new year, if God writes your name in the Book of Life, then you'll live another year. And that was the first time anyone had really spoken to me that idea that actually God controls my life, that ultimately there's a God and my life depends on God. And those words really went into my heart, and I never forgot them. And then by the time I was 12 years old, they had what they called a junior congregation. So by the time I was 12 years old, I was sort of placed in a role, almost you could say like a junior rabbi, where I was actually leading the Sabbath service for, about 200 kids. Because I was, I didn't know why they asked me, but I guess I was serious about it. So, yeah, so I never thought that I was giving up Judaism. I didn't think that I just didn't have that idea that, okay, I have this religion, now I'm going to have that religion. To me, life was about loving God with all your heart, soul, and might. And I thought, well, whatever can help me to love God, I'm going to go for that. And so I never had an idea, and just my own, I guess you could say, intellectual, what's the word in English? I'm thinking of nature or whatever, that in Judaism, the Judaism that I grew up in, which was sort of the conservative, it wasn't Orthodox, and I was never really attracted to the Orthodox, was it wasn't like many forms of Christianity, in the sense there wasn't a credo. And if you don't believe this credo, you're like, you're going down. And so,
but Judaism has the Shema Israel, of course, as its foundational sort of cornerstone, which is the creed, right? I mean, that is the creed.
Good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. So I would, in deference to what you said, because thanks for reminding me, that I would say that if I made any distinction between right thinking and wrong thinking at all, if I had any sense of orthodoxy, it wasn't like a very specific credo, but I guess it was sort of theism, the idea that there's a God and you should love God. So if there was a tradition, because I was in Berkeley and I was, searching, to use the cliche, and I would go to these metaphysical bookstores and they had yoga and Buddhism and Sufism and, just they had everything. And anything which was impersonal, which didn't involve a personal God, didn't attract me at all. I just thought it was totally missing the point. So I would say anything that involved some understanding that there's a personal God, to me, was genuine. I mean, to what extent they got all the details right might be another thing.
Okay,
well, let's pause there. Yeah, let's pause there. So, did you have a quick question, Brother Hashim?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, obviously, even in conservative Judaism, I mean, they are pretty strict in the sense that they maintain their, whatever rituals you have in the synagogues and all that. So how did not just your rabbi, but how did your parents and your family and your friends react when they realized that you had moved on to Hinduism from Judaism?
Oh, well, first of all, my parents, I think for them, it was sort of like catastrophic. Also, because I was 20 years old, and as neurology now can tell us, my brain was nowhere near being fully developed. I mean, I was not mature for my age, let me say that. But as far as that, I was never convinced by or attracted to traditions that emphasized orthopraxis. In the sense that I respected the rituals or the ceremonies. I thought they could be very beautiful, but I was after knowledge. I wanted to understand God. And so therefore, to me, this ritual or that ritual was just, I thought all rituals are just ways of kind of expressing an understanding of God or love for God. And so that was not really, and also in the conservative temple, the synagogue that I was sort of brought up in, there was very strong emphasis on being faithful to Judaism, on supporting Israel, things like that. Those are the things that are really important. No one really ever argued or talked about theology. Right. Although there obviously was a lot of theology implicit in the prayers and teachings in the Old Testament. Obviously, there is a worldview there, but that was not emphasized so much. And I was after philosophy.
Got it. Interesting. So this is a great place to, I think, stop the story. Let me move over to Jake. I mean, we could carry on for another 3 hours, I'm sure, but we'll get into some of the other details shortly. But Jake, just for Dr. Resnick and for the audience, would you mind giving a quick intro to yourself and how you came to Islam, as briefly as well?
Yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, I've told the story many times, so I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with it, but and it's not all that interesting either. But yeah, I was actually around the same age as Howard, by the way. I was in university, and similar story that as you get older, you start to think about the deeper questions of life and, what is life all about? And does God exist, or who is God? And these sorts of questions are things that I got interested in. I grew up as a Roman Catholic, but looking backwards on it, if I'm quite honest, I never really firmly believed in Catholicism. I never had that affinity towards it or anything like that. I always believed in God and I believed in Jesus, but I never saw Jesus, peace be upon him, as God or anything like that. So I came from that background. I was sort of Catholic nominally, although I went to Catholic school and Sunday school and things of that nature, but it never really appealed to me. And eventually I had a good friend who was Muslim who I met in senior year of high school. And, you know, trying to keep a long story short, he basically introduced Islam to me. I initially started reading the Qur'an in an attempt to refute it as sort of a punk kid that was going to try to one up my friend. Not even in terms of like a Christianity versus Islam battle or something like that. I just thought, well, you know, I ought to show my friend that he's wrong for whatever reason. And I wound up reading the Qur'an, and it spoke to me in a way that I said, well, this certainly makes sense. And much of the problems that I had with Christianity from a philosophical level, because I studied philosophy in university, so my mind began to expand much more on some of these issues. And a lot of the problems that I had with traditional Christianity, Islam, from my perspective, didn't have those sorts of problems. And maybe we'll get into some of them, because I think Hinduism may share to a certain extent in some of the issues that I had. Things like the Trinity, the incarnation, which I think may be related to some of Howard's beliefs, and then the atonement, the idea that an innocent person would die for the sins of all the guilty, and unless you accepted that you would burn in hell. That didn't really, that didn't really make much sense to me. So these fundamental pillars of Christianity, we can say, or traditional Orthodox Christianity, Islam gave a different narrative that made much more sense to me. And so I embraced Islam about 10 years ago now, when I was about 20 years old. So yeah, that's just the basic short story of it.
Thank you, Brother Jake. So I'd like to pose, I think, one of the obvious questions to you, if I may. If I may call you Howard, if that's okay, if that's fine. Thank
you. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's my name, legal name.
Thank you. So Howard, so as monotheists, and we have no argument there. As monotheists, one of the arguments we always get into in this contemporary age is obviously with the neo-Darwinist, the neo-atheist, the agnostic, right? And this is something which really revolves around the idea of you need to prove to me something rather than making a claim, right? And they make this sort of open challenge without making a claim, and then we're then left on the back foot. We're then left on the back foot of trying to go about proving it. So the question I would have for you is, if this was posed to you, how would you go about explaining to atheist or an agnostic, I'd say,
right,
the what I believe has an epistemic foundation?
Great question. Thank you. Just like, right over home plate. So, it's first of all, my experience has been the atheists tend to be really poor philosophers. And to me, atheism is, of course, you could say, if someone says, prove it to me, you could say they're agnostic. Agnosticism, I think, is something which is not as absurd as atheism. And I'll explain what I mean by that. And I absolutely don't go on the back foot. So first of all, if there's no God, then that really entails, I think, ultimately, that there's no omniscient being. And if there's no omniscient being, no one knows that there's a God or not. And so to me, philosophically, no one can claim they know there's no God, because I think it's philosophical nonsense. And so that's the first point. And this is not about being pious or being religious. I just think it's philosophical nonsense. So I'll address agnosticism, which is not really a philosophy. It's just somewhat admitting I don't know. And so I think it's very easy to prove that almost everyone on Earth lives in a bidimensional universe. And to use Aristotelian language, we live in a universe in which there are real things that are physical and metaphysical. And metaphysical things like, for example, justice. So if anyone believes that it's really wrong, let's say, to murder innocent children or any innocent person, if you believe it's not just that blind evolution neurologically wired us to believe a fairy tale that it's wrong to kill innocent people because people who believed it was wrong had some type of reproductive advantage, I think is just complete nonsense. First of all, I don't see what reproductive advantage it would give. It might be survival of the fittest, which could give, reproductive, it'd be the opposite. And actually, we really do believe that, or take democracy, or take equality, or anything like that, or beauty. You could take aesthetics, you could take axiology, the idea there are any real values. And so when push comes to shove, so to speak, people do think that some things are wrong and some things are right. People do believe that some things are actually beautiful, and that means they live in a bidimensional universe in which there are real metaphysical objects. And now, getting down to sort of structural epistemology here, when I say that, well, first of all, you cannot do empirical science without a metaphysical assumption. And so since empiricism or physicalism is based on a metaphysical assumption, it's hypocritical and frankly absurd for a materialist to say that, because no one can just be a strict empiricist. For example, and that's why atheist academic philosophers rejected logical positivism over 60 years ago. Logical positivism being the idea that you cannot, verify or accept anything as objectively true unless it's empirically verified, for the simple reason that that claim cannot be empirically verified. And also, take a simple example. I think Descartes, frankly, demolished logical positivism, almost 400 years ago. It just took everyone a while to figure out that he did. Because if you take the Cartesian thought experiment, that imagine we are, brains in a bottle or something, or nowadays say, just brains in a vat, or somehow we're in the laboratory of some evil genius and being neurologically manipulated so that we think, for example, there's such a thing as United Kingdom or apple trees or my own body. And so to be an empiricist, you have to assume, and you could never empirically prove that there's a real physical world outside of your mind. Because obviously, even the idea that you could empirically demonstrate that would be the most egregious type of circular reasoning. And so therefore, to me, I don't find these atheistic demands intimidating. I find them just kind of ignorant. Just like maybe someday you'll take a philosophy class. So my point is that just as an empiricist has a self-evident experience that there's a real physical world, and of course Aristotle talks about this, your initial claim of a self-evident truth, which is the epistemic foundation of your knowledge system. So in the same way, actually, I think all of you, I would assume, based on what you said to me so far, and myself, we have all had experiences of God that are properly basic epistemologically and warrant our claim that there is a personal God, and without getting into the theological details. And so therefore, when I say that I know that there's a God and that I have a relationship with that God, the epistemic structure of my knowledge system is identical structurally to the knowledge system of the empiricist. And of course, the empiricist has to make all kinds of other assumptions, which are ironically, they're all powerfully metaphysical. Brother Jake may know this, but there was, he studied philosophy, but or all may know this actually, but there was a very popular idea back in Greco-Roman times, And, it's like honk if you like paganism. But back in Greco-Roman times, the idea of the logos, that God is an infinitely rational creature, which I definitely vote for. God is among other things, he's not only just, a brainiac. I mean, he's God. He has all kinds of qualities, but he's also infinitely rational. That infinite reason, is called, what is it? The logos, among other words they use for it. And so that's why all the academic departments are ologies, biology, geology, and so on, because it's the logos that it's funny because the one ology that the materialists lost, and they're really unhappy about that, this is astrology. They lost that one. The pagans got the the astrology word. But anyway, so the idea was that because God is an infinitely rational being, and because God creates the world, there's this logos, this infinite reason, this infinite intelligence of God is invested in and permeates his creation. And we have it also. We have a little, bite-sized bit of that logos. And it was actually that belief, that metaphysical, religious, theistic belief that convinced human beings during the Renaissance that there could be such a thing as science. Because God has made a world which obeys laws, and we can discover those laws because the logos is within us. And of course, as we all know, almost all of the greatest scientists, certainly for the first several centuries, were religious people, including Galileo. And so, to me, someone who challenges me to prove God. Let me give you one little example. When I took an astronomy class at UCLA, when I was younger, and I remember in our astronomy textbook, they told the story that when Einstein had discovered some of his stuff, his laws of relativity and so on, and it really was making a splash. And so a New York Times reporter asked the head of the Royal Society for Astronomy in the UK, he asked this person, can you explain to us in layman's terms what Einstein figured out? And this scientist said, no, I can't. So what's interesting there is that no one thinks that, let's say, some quantum physical equation is valid only if, the man on the street can fully grasp it and experience it. No one thinks that. In every academic area, including all the sciences, a scholar proves something to a qualified scholar. And so therefore, for an atheist who spiritually or religiously is like absurdly unqualified, to demand that God be proven to him or her is just absurd. Because entailed in the very notion of a proof is there have to be three elements. There has to be the prover, there has to be the recipient of the proof, and there has to be the process of proving. And all three have to be up to par. So it's like if I walk into, let's say, the physics department at Berkeley and say, okay, prove to me, blah, 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 or walk into any department in which I'm, So therefore you get these clowns like Dawkins, this well-known atheist, to me is just a circus act. First of all, because he breaks the first law of scholarship. And that is, don't speak outside your area of expertise.
Okay, on that we can agree.
Yes,
for sure.
So as you can see, I'm not exactly inclined to go on the back foot with these people. Okay,
good. So what I would say there, I mean, certainly, I think as an atheist, though, they do claim that logic is superior. This is where they typically run to.
No, that's absurd. If I could just, I mean,
okay, good. Okay.
But that's absurd.
Why?
Because all logic does, it's a set of rules that govern appropriate relationships between claims. Logic doesn't provide any facts. There are no logical facts. The only thing you call logical fact is that, let's say, a thing is equal to itself. You want to go all the way back to Aristotle's points, or if you want to, like, I mean, Bertrand Russell kind of failed, as everyone tells us, to reduce, logic down to a form of math. But logic doesn't give you information. For example, if I say that all horses are parrots and all parrots are blue, therefore all horses are blue. Now, there's no logical problem there. That is a logically sound argument, but it's absurd. So in order to have a valid argument, you have to have two things. You have to have facts, then you have to have a logical relationship between those facts. And so logic can't give you facts. Logic can only examine the relationship between claims. But as far as the truth value of for example, let's say I claim that, logic can dismiss some claims as false, because to say something is logically false simply means internal contradiction. For example, I mean, a typical example would be that I say, guess what I have? I have a square circle. And so that it must be a false claim simply because of what the words mean. If you know what the English word square means, what the word circle means, there cannot be a square circle. But let's say, for example, I claim that, I was late for the program because I found a unicorn in the park next to me, and I wanted to take pictures of it. So now, if you want to prove that I didn't really see a unicorn, you'd have to empirically, like, okay, we searched everywhere, and then if I say, well, this, I'm the only person that's neurologically wired to perceive unicorn. All I'm trying to say is that to say that a claim for God is illogical just shows that someone has not the slightest clue of what philosophy is or what logic is. So I don't know who's going around saying these silly things, but it's very bad philosophy.
So Brother Jake, where would you start?
Answering your same question, or
well, in response to this, that logic is not the way to go with an atheist.
It's a good tool. I mean, to say it's a good tool, but it doesn't give you facts in the world. It just examines the relationship between claims.
But the atheist,
I think in that case, we'll have to define what truth is, because I think when you say facts, you mean truth, right? So what is truth in your worldview? How would you define that?
Okay. Well, in a very unoriginal, but I think somewhat reliable move, I'm going to just look it up in the dictionary here. And truth means the quality or state of being true. Well, that doesn't help at all, does it? A factor. Okay, so to avoid the circularity here, to me, something is true. Let's say a statement is true if it just corresponds to the way things really are. So, for example, if I say God exists or God is great, Allah Akbar, if I say, which is a true statement, God is great. So if I say God is great and that's true,
so that's a claim. It's not true. I mean, how would you define that's true to someone like an atheist? But they will say, oh, it's just a claim, which they normally do.
But my whole point is, I don't take that burden. It's just like, let's say a claim in physics or a claim in geology is not true only if someone who's completely ignorant of that field accepts it. No one believes. Yeah. Okay.
Philosophy I'm sure philosophy has a definition for truth.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me try this. See if you're going to pull out another product here. It's like in India, if you go to these little shops and they throw out throw out another one.
You haven't got a carpet bag under there somewhere, have you?
So I would say that in general, something is, well, first of all, to say something is true means that that's really the way things are. So for example, if I say right now that it's true that I'm in California and I'm using just the normal conventional sense of what California is as a geographic name, and what it means to be in a geographic place, not in the sense that, I left my heart in San Francisco, not that kind of, but I'm actually physically in California. And so in other words, just in the normal sense, you see, I don't think it's very complicated. I think it's actually very simple. So if you, let's take a very simple level, because I think it's sort of unnecessarily problematized when it's actually not problematic. So what do I mean? On what grounds am I warranted in saying that right now I'm in California? I mean, why don't we start with it? Because I think if you jump to how can you say God is true? Because I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that I, and you too, frankly, are completely epistemically warranted in saying that God exists. And so therefore, you see, to say that how can you say it's true is actually not good philosophy in this sense. Because if you're trying to say that philosophically it's, we can or cannot say that we know that God exists, first of all, there has to be an objective sort of third-party definition of what do you mean when you say anything is true? Because unless a philosopher can say that here is a valid definition of what it means to be warranted in saying anything is true, unless we agree on that definition, to say you can't say God exists is meaningless, because it doesn't refer to any valid philosophical principle that we both agree to. So therefore, I would say, what is a valid principle, or what is, under what conditions is a person justified in saying that anything is true?
Okay, so is there so I think if I'm taking the position of the atheist here temporarily, which I'm not, folks, please don't write in. This is a thought experiment, okay? I'm not trying to upset people. You never know. So as a thought experiment, then I'm still standing here saying yes, but Howard, what you've asked me to do is you've asked me to believe my experience, and then that experience tells me that what you're telling me is true. Now, as an atheist, I'm not
asking you. I'm not asking you to do anything. What I'm actually asking you to do is to give me an explanation that we can agree on of under what conditions is someone justified in saying that anything is true. In other words, under what conditions can you reasonably claim that use Platonic's Plato's divided line, under what circumstances, under what conditions is anyone justified in saying that anything is true?
Okay, so let's assume this person is rational at least.
Yeah.
And let's assume that they can follow through and understand the arguments that you're giving them. So, so at least let's assume those two things, and I'll grant them that they're intelligent enough to appreciate that. So if we start from there, I think there's, as you know, classically in philosophy, there's several arguments, whether it's through design, whether it's through contingency, whether it's through dependency, and so on and so forth. Would any of those arguments help in this situation?
No, for the following reason. That, but thank you. That was a very good point. But because what I'm trying to do here, let's say you're the atheist, right? I mean, you're playing.
Okay, thought experiment. Yeah, thought experiment. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you won't lose your right to go to heaven. So,
inshallah.
So I'm not trying to prove anything to you, and I don't feel. I mean, I admit that if I'm able, or if you're able to prove to anyone there's really a God, that's a good thing. But in this particular case, I don't have to prove anything to you. I'm making a claim. I'm claiming that I know that there's a personal God in the full sense of the word, omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent. And I know that. And I have no need whatsoever to prove it to you. You are not the gatekeeper of objectivity. You see, you may try to pose as the gatekeeper, like, okay, the world should believe that you really know there's a God only if I validate your I don't know, epistemic parking ticket or something. And so what I'm saying is, no, you're a charlatan. You don't even understand philosophy. You're just someone that you're all bluster. And in fact, you're not the gatekeeper, and I couldn't care less whether you believe me or not. That means, I mean, I do care in the sense that it would be nice if you could also understand God. I care about that. I may care about your soul. But there's absolutely no sense whatsoever in which the validity of my understanding depends on anything that you say. In fact, not only that, it's amazingly hypocritical. It's amazingly hypocritical because one of the standard things that theists say is that, and this is true, that the overwhelming majority of all the human beings who have ever lived on this planet believed that there was something like a god or gods or something far beyond the empirical, let's say. There's some type of divine reality. And the standard answer is, oh, that doesn't prove anything. But now, you see, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if you want to radically delegitimize the epistemic value of human testimony, well, then I'm going to apply it to you. If the testimony of billions and trillions of people means nothing in your little atheist game, then your individual testimony is infinitely absurd and meaningless. And so when it comes to people testifying on behalf of God, human testimony has no value, but suddenly your human testimony means everything, which is hypocritical and absurd. And so therefore, no, I don't have to prove, I would like to prove to you God exists because I think you'd have a much better life, but it's not required. Your skepticism, your doubt is trivial and meaninless and has no bearing on the validity of my claim.
Sure, Howard, if I may just come in here. I mean, I understand your position you're taking with the atheists, but suppose someone is a truth seeker, someone who wants to, just like, you talked about the agnostics,
Yes.
who are in a sense ignorant of their position or of reality. How would you prove to them about the existence of a benevolent, omnipotent, omniscient creator? What would be your method other than your personal experience, other than the testimonies of people? What sort of angle in your theological school do you have or do you approach with to prove the existence of the creator?
Right. Very good question. I mean, these are all really great questions. And so if someone, let's say, was, maybe I'll call them a sincere agnostic, like, I want to know the truth, no one's ever shown me, like Brother Jake said. He said that, he was brought up in a religion and it didn't really convince him. And therefore, I mean, that was very interesting what he said. I think it's a good example of someone who maybe at a certain point in his life, I don't know if I could call him an agnostic, I don't want to, but he was brought up in a religion and he wasn't satisfied and he read the Quran to try to disprove it. So if someone was sincere, let's say a sincere truth seeker, but no one's ever shown me God, then I guess I would do my best. I mean, if the person was reasonable, because some people say, no, I'm open, but they're really not. Some people just say that, but they're not really open. But I might point out, for example, that Darwinism is based on hopelessly outdated microbiology. And so the idea that biological structures, as we now understand them, especially on the level of microbiology, could somehow form themselves, or just at random, just by random physical forces, you could get these microbiological structures we now know are millions of times more sophisticated than Darwin ever imagined. And the idea that this form by itself, I think, is absurd. In fact, it's mathematically absurd because it's improbable. To God only knows how many, exponents. And so it's interesting because the atheist, you know, trying to rescue their, what to me is really absurd materialism. And by the way, there are a few reasons why materialism I find to be absurd. One is, and the most obvious absurdity of materialism is that no one knows what matter is. You know, that little picture you get, that little logo, like the NASA logo, you know, with the what do you call it? The nucleus of the atom, and then the little electrons. You know, it's that cute little picture that we all grew up with.
Like cartoon.
Yeah, that's
it's a cartoon. Yeah.
So when you get down to quantum physics, you get down to the quarks, the sort of the dirty little secret of quantum physics is that no one really knows what matter is. And so for someone to say I'm a materialist is, you know, what are you even talking about? Another point is that it's a common principle of logic, since Brother Muhammad brought up logic. So it's a principle of logic. There's something called abduction, where you sort of, you know, you reason to the most likely explanation. So, I mean, obviously, one of the main ways that we analyze and understand things we don't know is by analogy. In fact, all empirical science goes that way. Because, for example, let's say we're doing astronomy and we're looking at light that's coming to Earth, you know, from some light source that's millions of light years away. I mean, it's an incredibly big universe. So let's say it's coming from millions of light years away. Now you have to assume the principle of uniformitarianism. You have to assume that millions of light years away in some far, far galaxy, that the laws of nature operate the way they do here, which you could never, ever prove, at least in our present state of science. And so you have to assume by analogy that just as when light passes through, let's say, certain gases on Earth, and then, you know, hits a spectrum, you know, the light is divided in certain ways. So in the same way, so analogy, you can't do science without analogy. So if we use that same type of that analogical analysis, then in our experience, in areas where we really know what happened, whenever we find an extremely complex structure where we know where it came from, in every case, an intelligent person built it. In every case.
So if I may just interject here, apologies for that. So basically, you're inferring the concept of complexity and design. Yes. The universe shows, you know, hugely magnificent things all around with very much of complex structures, as well as the design is inherently inbuilt, and that is a demonstration of a designer or an organizer which organizes everything and brought everything into place.
And the issue of God, I mean, the issue of a God who, let's say, like a God who saves our souls and a God who is a perfect moral agent, you know, that's, we can get afterwards. But if you excuse me, just one point. If someone is professionally trained in studying intellectual history, I mean, that's kind of one of my fields, you know, history, intellectual history. And there's absolutely no doubt that we are living in an age of a growing intellectual revolt against physicalism and materialism. And if you look at the history of intellectual revolutions, the last thing that changes is the institution. To give one example, there was a scientific revolution. Let's say it really kind of picked up steam in the 1600s and so on. And then you have the, you know, Copernicus and Galileo, and who were all, by the way, theists. So you get all these people, but 100, you know, long after Galileo, long after Newton, the best universities in Europe were still teaching, you know, Ptolemy, this totally discredited ancient astronomy, or Cartesian. You know, the Catholic Church in France was just clinging to Cartesian astronomy long after the world of science rejected it. And so it's sort of the conservative nature of deeply embedded, attached to their own power institutions. And so if you know how to monitor intellectual revolutions, the old physicalist consensus, that's gone. And it's very, just one more point, it's very easy to explain why it's collapsing all around us.
Okay.
But the institution is the last to go. Just one last point, and then and that is why it's collapsing, why it's very predictable that it must collapse. And that is that I'll appeal here to Professor Hegel, the philosopher of history. And Hegel convinced a lot of people, including myself, that history tends to move dialectically. I'm not vouching for the rest of Hegel, but I mean, Galileo was the first one, I think, to coin the term the pendulum effect. And so physical things, I think it's the third law of motion from Newton, that for every motion or for every force, there's an equal and opposite, a reaction, equal and opposite reaction. So whether you look at Newton's laws of motion, whether you look at, Galileo, if you look at Hegel and his philosophy of history, what we find is that, you find this dialectic energy in the world. And so if you look at the rise of science, and you look at the Renaissance, the Renaissance, and then which gave birth to the scientific revolution and all that, and all kinds of other revolutions, the church was kind of like, although the church at a certain point was kind of patronizing, I mean, was paying for it and supporting it, but when science started to go too far and started to contradict some of the rules of the church, because what Galileo said was that the church can tell us how to go to heaven, but the church cannot tell us how the heavens go. And so the church kind of dug in, and therefore you had the intelligentsia, at least some of them, not all of them, of course, but you have this powerful intellectual movement in Europe, which saw religion as the enemy of human progress, as the enemy of knowledge. And what historians call this is the war thesis or the battle thesis, which you see very clearly not in Darwin and Thomas Huxley, the Bulldog. You see it in Freud, you see it in Marx, the idea that religion is the enemy. Okay. And so the rise of, just to round this up, it's really important to understand this. So the rise of atheism, the notion that if to be a good scientist, to be a good historian, you have to be a methodological atheist. You have to assume atheism to be a good academic. That was the predictable, extremist, fanatical, dialectical response to fanatical religion. And now that religion, at least in the West, has been domesticated, and religion is no longer a threat to scholarship, that dialectic is collapsing. The antithesis of fanatical materialism is collapsing all around us. And so this is a very good time to be alive.
Sure,
anyway.
Sure. Yeah, point taken. I mean, this is what I want to bring Jake in, because we are talking about, the argument that you are presenting about the complexities and the design all around us very much points to an intelligent being with, of course, knowledge and wisdom. So obviously we would expect communication from this creator, this personal creator, to us in such a way that we can be sure and convinced of this communication from our creator, as well as understanding of that creator, because the infinite, when communicates to the finite like ourselves, that's the only way we can understand the infinite, the unbound, the creator in terms of free from any limitations and deficiencies. So when it comes to the concept of God in Hinduism and comparing that with the Islamic concepts, I just want to get Jake to see, if there's any parallel and distinctions, because I think there's a lot of similarities and parallel. Of course, we can agree to that you have, very eloquently stated so far, but there must be some, very, very, very much distinctions. And what I mean by distinctive is your idea of how everything is united. You know how the Sufis in the Islamic tradition talks about the unity or some kind of,
you know,
being merged within the divine. Of course, Orthodox Islamic tradition, of course, we are separate and distinct from the creator. The creation is totally separate from the creator. So Jake, if I may bring you in.
Forgive me. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but I just want to give Jake one bit of information so he'll speak to the real thing, because, and I promise I'm not going to hog this. But Jake has to understand one thing.
Sure.
And that is comparing Islam to Hinduism is really not a valid comparison in one sense. And that is because Hinduism is not a historic religion, whereas Islam is a historic religion with a fairly united theology. The real comparison here would be if you compare Hinduism to the Abrahamic religions. In other words, for example, a Christian is supposed to accept the Old Testament and the New. A Muslim, as far as I was taught, is supposed to accept the Old New Testament and the Quran. So Hinduism is actually a collection of traditions which are just as distinct theologically and historically as, let's say, Islam is distinct from Christianity or Judaism. And there's a lot of confusion about that. So you could compare Hinduism to the Abrahamic traditions, including the Sufis, including Meister Eckhart and other impersonalist theologians. But I think the real comparison here would be between, if you want to really compare apples and apples, it would be Islam and, let's say, Vaishnavism, because Vaishnavism is monotheistic, rejects absolutely the idea of merging into God's existence.
So on that note, let's explore the idea of, as I said at the beginning, Hare Krishna, specifically your type of Vaishnavism with Islam. And I think I'd like to bring on the question of your concept of God now with our concept of God.
Sure.
So, Jake, do you want to start, or do you want to let Howard start?
Well, I want to ask Howard a question because it's something.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
sure. We didn't touch on it. We can move on to this whole idea of comparing our understandings of God. So I want to start off because Howard definitely believes in a God who's a creator. What is your understanding of creation? And you mentioned that we are qualitatively the same as God. So how do you understand creation and our relationship of who we are to the creator in terms of what you mentioned earlier about being qualitatively the same?
Okay, great question. Krishna explains in the Bhagavad Gita, and I'd say most of the things I'm going to say now would be acceptable to practically all Vaishnavas. There are very few Vaishnavas. I mean, Madhva is a little, but anyway, so Krishna explains in the Gita that he has two energies, two powers. One is matter, that matter, in the material world is the power of God, and it's not God. I mean, we're certainly not pantheists, like this glass of water is not God, and my body is not God. So there's matter, and then there is spiritual energy, and that we are the spiritual energy of God, the conscious energy. Krishna says the distinction is in chapter 7 of the Gita between matter and spirit is that spirit is living. Spirit is conscious and living. Therefore, it's superior, that souls are superior to matter. And so God creates this world, and there's all kinds of technical details in the Sanskrit text, but basically, and that matter is beginningless. I remember that I was listening to a lecture on the Old Testament, in which as a professor from Yale, and she said that actually, if you go into the Hebrew of the Old Testament, it's not at all clear that creation is ex nihilo, from nothing. And so the idea that matter is the power, the energy of God, he possesses it, and that it exists, it has always existed, always will exist, and sometimes it's manifest and sometimes it's unmanifest, but it's always inferior. It's always an inferior energy. Whereas we are eternal souls, and we have also always existed.
Sorry, did I just hear you say that matter is the energy of God?
Yes. Well, the Sanskrit word is prakriti.
Right.
It's also called shakti, which a word which means energy from the verb shak, which means to be able to do something. So the power to do something.
So I mean, from an Islamic perspective, if you're going to relate anything to God, it would be like one of his attributes you're relating to. So would you, I don't know, I mean, would it be correct to say that matter is in a way, in your understanding, a part of an attribute of God, or a subset somewhere?
Not a personal attribute. The only way you could say it's an attribute of God is by saying that God is omnipotent, and that's a potency. But Krishna actually touches on this point in the Bhagavad Gita in chapter 9, right, where he says that in one sense, everything is resting in me as God. He says, but in another sense, it's not. It's separate. So Krishna, for example, he calls matter in the Bhagavad Gita, he calls it the bhinna prakriti, the separated energy. It's separated from God. And he says that in one sense, everything is in God, but in another sense, it's not in me because it's separate. And so really the idea here is that nothing can exist unless it exists by the grace of God. Nothing exists by itself. Everything is contingent on God. God allows. Yeah. So, but Krishna does make this distinction that it's separate.
Yeah. When you say separate, so at one point it must have been part of God or with God. I don't know.
Not really, because it's the picture you get is that time, there's material time, which is called kala in Sanskrit, and it won't go into all the etymology of it, but so that the ultimate spiritual reality is outside of material time. It doesn't exist in material time. And that just as God has always existed, there never was a time when God did not exist. So there never was a time when he had less power than he does now. And so God has always been omnipotent. And one of his powers is to manifest an energy which is not God and which is separate from God and which is matter, but that he has eternally had the power to manifest it.
So it's separate from him eternally. I'm just trying to understand the relationship between God and matter itself. Because if they're both eternal and you're saying it's a power or energy of God, how is it totally separate from him? That's the confusing part.
Okay. It's qualitatively separate. Oh, here's a question of matter can be this, and then at the end of the Greek idea of the mono. Oh, that's interesting. Someone knows Greek philosophy. Anyway, there's an ontological principle, which is bheda abheda, or bheda abheda. Bheda means separation and non-separation. So the idea, which I think is found I'm not an expert, so I'm just guessing here, in Abrahamic religions, is that somehow because matter is profane and God is pure and divine, therefore the juxtaposition or or some kind of contact between these two very different things is somehow offensive. So what I would say is that, first of all, as I said, we don't really know what matter is. And ultimately, to say that matter is this or that, you can't really say that scientifically in the sense of physical science, because they don't know what matter is. And what Krishna explains in Bhagavad Gita is that actually he pervades this world without touching it. It's not like a physical touch, like right now you are in a chair, or let's say water's in a glass. There's no physical contact between God and matter. And yet in a higher ontological sense, matter can never exist independently, because for us it would be blasphemy, or I don't know if we'd use that word, but it would be wrong to say that anything at all can exist independently of God. And so if you push separation too far, I think you start to sort of drift into autonomy. And to say that something exists autonomously without God's will, to me, is the real ontological danger here, not the idea that somehow God is tainted by matter.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that if matter is not contained within God, and it's also not separate from him, then it's kind of difficult to understand what exactly it is and what the relationship between.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but to me, it's not really clear to me.
Well, it is. I mean, matter is contained within God, and yet God. Krishna gives an analogy here, but it's not a physical containing. Krishna in ancient cultures, I'm sure, including older Islamic culture, I don't know, but Greco-Roman culture, there was the idea that ether or space or sky was an element. It was one of the elements. And I mean, it is an element because, in a sense, for example, we could measure the space. Let's say we're in a vacuum. Let's say we're in a total vacuum in which there was no air, there was no atmosphere. Still, we could measure the space between us. And so the idea that space is an element, and yet if you look at the sort of the ancient elements as people used to understand them as earth, water, fire, air, and ether, then the special quality of ether or space, let's just call it space, is that it contains everything but does not interact with them. For example, if water is if there's air, the air evaporates the water, or the air, or the water can oxidize or, make metal rusty. So all the other four elements interact physically, but space doesn't physically interact with things, even though it contains them. That's the analogy Krishna gives, so that there's a way to contain something, but not to interact with it. And so in that sense, we would say, yes, God does contain matter, but without physically interacting with it.
Okay, so if he doesn't interact with it, in what sense?
Not physically. Doesn't physically interact.
Would you say immaterially he interacts with it, or
yeah,
spiritually?
I would. Yeah, because the view here is that it is by the will of God that the universe unfolds, that the universe, that simply by God's desire, by God's will, creation takes place. And so God has the power. Again, we're talking about a being with infinite powers, and those powers don't always fit within, our sort of notion of modern physics. And so God has the power by his will to cause creation without actually physically interacting with it, because God is not material. And there's nothing material about God, but his will is sufficient to cause matter to manifest as a universe, or as many universes.
So if God is not material in any way, then if matter is eternal, is it an uncreated substance?
Good point. Very good. We would say that we have always existed. Actually, there's a verse, chapter 13 of the Gita, the Sanskrit, just very quickly, is Prakriting Purushang Chaiva Vidhyanadi Bhavapi, which means know that both Prakriti, matter, and Purusha, souls, are beginningless. But matter is endlessly mutable. It takes all kinds of, it transforms and takes different shapes, whereas the soul is always the soul. But we are ontologically and absolutely dependent on God. In other words, even though I've always existed and the soul is not created, still, since, endless time, however you want to say it, I'm always completely, my existence absolutely depends on God's existence. And I have no existence separate from God. I only exist in a relationship of complete dependence on God.
Yeah, I get that. but I'm trying to figure out what the dependence relationship is between matter, eternal matter from the beginning, so to speak, and God himself. Because if God doesn't, if it's not a part of God, well, first of all, we don't believe what you're saying is matter is not God. So that's out of the question.
Yes.
If matter is also not a part of God, then it would seem that it would have to be something distinct from him. And if it's distinct from him, he either created it or he didn't create it.
So no, because there's the third ontological option here. If I'm trying to, and tell me if I'm properly repeating what you said, because I want to really stick close to what your argument was. That if matter is ontologically dependent on God, as it is, I mean, matter can't exist for a moment, not even one, atom of it, independent of God. And yet what Krishna is trying to explain in the Gita is that there's a type of existential dependence in which one side has control over the other, but the other side has absolutely zero influence on the more powerful side. And so therefore there's no sense, there's no way at all in which matter influences God. All of the influence is God influencing matter. And although matter is beginningless, it has always been absolutely dependent on God, and in no way can it ever affect God. That's the idea. I mean, I think we are as concerned as you are that some kind of materiality not be attributed to God, or some kind of material contact be attributed to God. I mean, I think, because if you look at the great theological debates and philosophical debates that went on in India with no reference to Islam or Christianity or Judaism, just internal debates, at least on the Vaishnava side. And again, this is not just Gaudiya Vaishnavism. This is just because there's a lot which is just generic Vaishnavism, that they were absolutely, perhaps their main concern was to make clear that there's no material aspect of God, that there's no sense in which God is material. There's no sense in which matter affects God. And that was one of the main points that were debated.
I think the question Jake asked was in terms of when you say matter is beginningless and God is also beginningless. Okay, so we got two entities who are distinct from what you have said so far, but they're both beginningless. Is that the correct understanding so far?
If you also include the idea that the beginninglessness, there's things you can do in English, right? The beginninglessness of matter is absolutely dependent on God. Matter is not intrinsically beginningless.
So it has a beginning. So it has a beginning.
No. I said it's not. It's beginningless, but not intrinsically.
So are you saying the source of matter is God ultimately? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, eternally. So I'm saying that matter does not exist by itself. In fact, there's this one statement I was just actually quoting that, I think maybe 2 or 3 days ago. I was giving a class, and where it's from the Bhagavad Purana, and Krishna says, Rtayartam jet pratiyeta na pratiyeta chatmani, which means that anything which appears to you, to your consciousness, as real, if you see it as independent of me, it's not real. And so the idea to be separate is not to be independent. And I think that's maybe the crux here. Separate does not mean independent. So there is a separateness which is absolutely dependent on God.
Yeah, no, I get that. You're saying that it's eternal, but it's contingent upon or dependent upon God.
Yes,
I get that. But what I'm saying is, when we're talking about the model of creation, you seem to be rejecting creation ex nihilo, correct?
I am.
Okay, So you're rejecting creation ex nihilo. You're also saying that matter is not God nor a part of God. So
a separate part, a separated part.
Yeah, it's not a part of God, right? Because you're saying
It
that
is. It is and it is and it isn't. I mean, there actually the term that's used, the ontological term is achintya, which means inconceivable, separation and non-separation. So even many centuries ago, philosophers realized that, because I think the problem here is that if you're operating from a this world ontology, it's going to seem like, what are you talking about? It's not, and I think the ultimate nature of existence and the ultimate relationships between God and everything else are not, in every sense of the word, analogous to the physics of this world, space and time in this world. And so, I mean, I understand that in this world, you couldn't say, the closest Krishna can come trying to give us an example is space. Because here you have an example where all of us exist in space, and yet we are not interacting with space. We're not interacting.
Would you say that it's this question that we are sort of trying to answer and understand better? Would you say that ultimately it's mysterious in a way? Is this language that you would think is appropriate or no?
I would say it's mysterious to those who have not kind of received the mercy of God of understanding it. To me, and I hope this doesn't sound arrogant, although I'm afraid I am arrogant, but anyway, I hope this doesn't sound arrogant, that it kind of seems simple to me. And I think it even relates, if you go back to how should I put it? No, I won't use that analogy, Greek analogy. The fact that I would argue that this difference and non-difference, Veda, Veda, actually is found everywhere in the world. For example, take a family, and this kind of gets into the Greek issue. In old Greek philosophy, they really spent a lot of time thinking about this. The relationship between categories or groups and members of groups. Like, for example, we can speak meaningfully of a family. I mean, a family is a real thing. And I think sociology has correctly demonstrated that sociology cannot be reduced to the sum of all psychologies. So that a family is not just a bunch of individuals that with the same last name or something. A family is a real thing. There's a real thing, which is the family. It's a sociological fact. And so there's an example where there's a oneness. There's a oneness. I mean, I was very fortunate in the sense that I was born into a really great, loving family. I had wonderful parents, for which I'm eternally grateful. And so I really kind of get it, what it means to say that the family is real. And it can't be reduced down just to a group of individuals. It's the family. And so I think there are many examples you could give. You could give that example linguistically, for that you could say that, there are words, but then there are phonemes and there are letters and there are parts of speech. And yet sometimes you can just say something and what you say is sort of this indivisible, integral meaning. Like, for example, let's say a man and woman love each other and they say sincerely and with, good enough character to actually mean it, that I do. That I will actually be with you in happiness and misery and so on. And so those words can't, you could talk about the individual letters, the phonemes, the parts of speech. So it's just the nature of reality that in Sanskrit, this is considered to be two ways of understanding things, which are called in Sanskrit samasa and vyasa. Some means together, which we have in English through the Greek as the prefix sin, like synthesis, the together thesis. So that's originally Sanskrit some. So samasa means placing everything together, the big picture, the synthetic worldview, the big picture. And then analytic is when you break everything down into its components. And that's frankly the big nonsense of materialism, that it assumes that all of knowledge comes by the breaking down into little parts, whereas they can't see the big picture. So there is a reality in the big picture, there's a oneness, and there's a reality in the analytic parts. And so God is everything in one sense, but he's not everything, because there are individual souls and we have free will, and there's matter, and these things are real and they exist. I agree, by the way, with Parmenides. I think to say, creation from nothing, ex nihilo, which, as I said, scholars feel maybe a misreading of the Old Testament, but it's nothing is a word, and it's as much a positive thing as the word something. It's a word, but it doesn't really refer to anything. And so I don't see anything more glorious from God's point of view if you say, because if God creates everything from nothing, then the glory all goes to God, because there was nothing and then God made everything. On the other hand, if you take the emanation picture of it, then it means that matter and spirit ourselves have always existed, but eternally, absolutely dependent on God. Then it's still the glory of God. For God to eternally manifest these amazing things like universes and souls, I don't think that's less glorious. I think it's infinitely glorious. So I don't see at all how it adds to the glory of God by saying creation from nothing, or how it takes away from the glory of God to say that forever he's just been manifesting these amazing things. I think in both cases you have a very glorious God.
Yeah, I'm not even at this point comparing creation ex nihilo to the creation model that you're proposing. I'm just genuinely trying to understand this creation model. And when you're now using terms like emanation, etc., it seems like matter is, although of course without time, but the picture that I get, and maybe it's not correct, picture I get is matter in its first stage is somehow within God or a part of God, and he sort of emanates it out from him, and it's always dependent on him eternally. But in that case, it then seems to me, and it's difficult because what you're saying is this creation of matter is eternal, but logically speaking, at least logically prior to creating, matter is within God in some sense.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Yes.
Otherwise, I don't understand, because if it's not creation ex nihilo and it's not always been eternally, it's a separate and distinct thing. In virtue of the way that you're explaining this emanation, it's within God and then exists outside of God in some aspect and is sustained by him.
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, very good. No, that was a brilliant point. You really got it. So, yeah, and just to add something, and admire your perspicacity about that, but even when matter is what Krishna calls this in the Gita is sort of cosmic days and nights. Mm-hmm. Cosmic days and nights. So during the cosmic day, the universe is manifested, and then cosmic night, everything comes to rest within God. But even during the cosmic night, you consider it's more than cosmic. It's kind of the whatever. But even during that night, the matter, it is within God, but it's not physically within him. It's not like if you have, let's say, a dollar bill in your pocket or something. It's not like one thing being physically within another thing. And yet there's a sense in which it's within God. It's withdrawn. There's a cosmic night, and then it again goes forth. And it said, actually, there's a very famous Vedic statement in the old Vedas that simply says saikshata, which means he glanced or he looked at God simply by he glances over matter, and then the universe, he just glances over it, and the universe begins to come to life. So things that we take for granted is like, say, causality, or the laws of nature, like gravity or the, and whatever, that there's a state of matter, and this is getting to what Jake said, that during the cosmic night, matter is absolutely inert. There's no force of gravity, there's no, electric force, there's no nothing. Matter is absolutely inert, and God glances over it, and then it's roused into this causal phase. And the reason, and this, maybe I should explain something else. The reason why matter is eternal like this is because God is infinitely merciful. And an infinitely merciful being never gives up on other souls. I mean, my parents actually didn't give up on me even when I, joined the Hare Krishna movement, which is so if they could. So the point is that God, I mean, what does it mean to be infinitely merciful? Infinitely merciful, not finitely merciful. And so therefore, material creation keeps manifesting and, again and again because of infinite mercy, to give souls a chance to get it and to understand.
Now, I mean, I think we've kind of exhausted the point of matter. And I think, I mean, at least I better understand what you were trying to probably say all along. So that's a good thing. Now, in a similar sense.
Sorry, Jake, to interrupt.
Yeah.
Just want to understand from a layman's perspective. I mean, from what I understood so far, it seems like we are talking about panentheism, not pantheism. Would that be correct, Howard?
Yeah, Howard, would you say that that's accurate? The term of panentheism.
Okay, let me make sure I don't misspeak here.
Let me
he's put it on the screen there, the three different ways.
Quick demo.
Yeah. Okay, the belief or doctrine that God is greater than the universe and includes and interpenetrates it. Wow, that's good. So I would say that yes, if, with the caveat, which is absolutely essential, because otherwise one totally misses the Vaishnava position, and this is Vaishnavism, not just Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Mm-hmm. If you understand that at no time is there ever a material relationship between God and matter. At no time does matter materially touch God or affect him in any way. Because frankly, I think the Vaishnavas are as concerned as Muslims are that no one ever attribute any materiality to God. And that is actually, it's one of the, perhaps you could say, the central theological concern is not, I think, isn't in what I learned, if I remember properly, it's called shirk or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, but it's for you. I mean, we say associating partner broadly. It's worshipping anything in any way, in any form, other than God.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. This is directing worship.
Yes. So if we look at that, though, for example,
I mean, we're going to go off topic, but we'll come back to it.
No, but if I could just jump on that one, because I think it's relevant to the ontology we're doing here. And that is just a simple example that you can all relate to. I have two brothers. My two brothers have sons. I love my brothers, I grew up with them, and therefore I love my nephews. And so there's a sense in which, only God is God, and that, the very famous Muslim declaration, La ilaha, and so on. So absolutely, there's no God but God. But if you love God, you love God's children, and that's not worship. So I think it's linguistic. For example, and the problem, I think, with the misperception of Hinduism, or the mispresentation of Hinduism by Hindus sometimes, is that you have this Sanskrit word puja, which means honoring. And there's a verb, puj, which means to honor. And it's often translated worship, but it's not worship in the sense that you worship the one true God. For example, in Sanskrit, if you were translating, let's say, the 10 Commandments, honor your father and mother, you could use the word puja. In fact, they do use the word puja sometimes, among other words, to say, honor your father and mother. And so and I'm sure in Islam, people who are considered to be great Muslims are honored in some way. And so, I mean, and I don't mean to say everyone thinks they're God or they're separate from God, but, you know, there's some respect. There's some respect. And so if you say like, okay, I mean, take it, I mean, you can really bet on this, that I'm a very, very strong monotheist.
Okay. So I think point taken there. And I think, so.
Sorry, I just want to know quickly, Mohammed, just want to know what is the word, Howard, what word do you use if you want to worship God rather than say honor or revere, I don't know, a sage or a guru or a parent or something? What is the term you use for worship exclusively? Adoration of God Almighty.
Right. There's a Sanskrit verb arch, from which you get verbs like archati, which is often used for temple worship, where you're actually in a holy place, you're worshiping God. And I would say also that, as in many languages, it's also context sensitive. So, for example, our main texts, say Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, which are really, they're absolutely monotheistic. And you know, sometimes they talk about the oneness of all life, but never in the sense of compromising monotheism. So to give an example, in Judaism, it's become a custom for a very long time, which I don't at all agree with. And fortunately, you can be a Jew and disagree with these things. And like I said, I never rejected Judaism. That, you know, you don't say the name of God. You don't say the name of God. And I thought, seriously? So, and I said, well, why? So I did a little research. It's because one of the 10 Commandments is not to take the Lord's name in vain, which, of course. And so they thought, okay, like abundance of caution. If you don't say God's name, then you can't offend God's name. And I appreciate the pious sentiment, but ultimately I don't agree with it. For example, I once did a little research paper on the first temple in Jerusalem, built by Solomon. And what I found fascinating is that the Bible, the Old Testament, says again and again that it was built as a temple to the name of God. To the name of God. It said, as God lives in heaven, he lives in his temple as the name. And at my nephew's bar mitzvah, I was given this little thing to read. You know, I got my little portion to read, which I loved because it was Baruch Shem Kavod. Blessed is the holy name, you know, forever and ever. And at my mother's funeral, who was, my wonderful mother, who I'm eternally grateful to, but what I did is, you know, there's the Kaddish prayer. It's a special prayer you say for the departed.
For the departed, yes.
And so what I did is I found a good translation of it, and I spoke on that. And what's always been pointed out, the remarkable thing, which it's very beautiful, the Hebrew is very beautiful. What's always been pointed out is it doesn't mention the departed. It actually talks about two things. It talks about the glory of God's name, and it talks about the fact that this blessing, this knowledge, is not only meant for the Jewish people, it's meant for everyone. And so I thought those are very inspiring points, and points that I absolutely agree with. So just as I think, I mean, I don't want to say that, you know, in rabbinical Judaism, I don't want to say they mistakenly think you can't say God's name. I think personally, I mean, because, okay, if that's the only way you think you can avoid. But to me, I mean, if you have say your father, and if you say your father, I mean, he knows when you mean your father. And so if people use the Lord's name in vain, say they use the English word God, or they use, or some Hebrew word, or Adonai, or Elohim, or something, I mean, you mean God. And so if you use a word and you mean God and you take it in vain, it's like you didn't really save yourself, in my view. And so I think the name of God is so powerful that even though some people take it in vain, no matter, even if you have these little surrogate names, which are names of God, then I'll just finish this. I apologize. What I was getting to is this. So in the same way, I fully respect the Islamic determination, and it's a very powerful determination not to drift away from monotheism. You know, not directly, not indirectly, not subtly, not grossly. That's something which I admire about. There are many things actually that I admire about Islam. But however, I think I compare this idea that don't even use the same word as an abundance of caution, which to me is analogous to the abundance of caution in rabbinical Judaism of not saying the name of God. And I think that you can be a totally committed, no-nonsense monotheist, even if you don't have all the same technical rules in Islam regarding, let's say, linguistics or language, or use this word. I mean, you can still be a total monotheist and not offend God and not confuse God with anyone else.
So what I would qualify that with is you can be what I would call a logically, philosophically justified monotheist in the absence of revelation.
No,
but no. But let me finish what I need to say. Okay. So, but in order to be the monotheist that is required by God, you need revelation.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. But then we have to come to a point. We have to find. I think we're all reasonable people, and I think because you have a revelation, and so
right. So yeah. We'll get onto that, because I think what we're talking about here though is let's understand because it's foundationalism. Let's go to the foundation first of all. Let's build, and I think the idea of whether revelation is true or not, or whether it is from this will that willed for us to receive it. This is a secondary question now. But I think the first question is, I think we need to get to what we didn't finish then, and you sort of touched on it, is now that we've established that this idea of matter and eternality, the question then is the second point in the opening, which you said, which is there is a spark of this in a minutiae kind of way in us. Now, are you now referring to this as the soul then? Is that your conception of the soul?
Yes.
Okay, and so how is that defined? I mean, is that it, or is it defined more? Is there more granularity?
Well, the soul is defined as, to use one common phrase, Satchidananda, which means the soul is eternal. The soul in its pure state has knowledge, understands things as they really are, like water. When water is pure, it's transparent. And the soul is by nature blissful. The soul is by nature full of spiritual happiness. And we lose that happiness, and we lose the knowledge, and we lose the eternal life when we turn away from God.
So just how you similarly said about matter, would you say it would be the same understanding of creation of our souls? Would it be a similar way in which they're not totally separate and distinct from God? They're sort of within him and they emanate from him, and that's the understanding of creation of the soul?
Yes and no. The soul is categorically different from matter.
I get it's different from matter, but I'm saying in the sense that the soul is eternal and it's qualitatively the same as God. So it's emanated from him. It's not something that he didn't create. He created it in a way that it would be similar to emanation, although a different type of emanation in matter.
Yeah, I mean, here the English word emanation may not be the best word, and so I mean, it's perfectly legitimate for you to follow up on that word because I used it, but I think I would have to sort of
if you have a better word, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand it.
Yeah, the soul. What Krishna says in the Gita right off the bat, and when he begins his teaching, is Sanskrit, na tvevaham jatu nasam. Never did I not exist, nor you, na tvam, nor all these other souls. And we will always exist. So the soul has always existed, but again, in a relationship of absolute dependence on God. There is no soul separate from God. There is no soul independent of God. The soul is always completely dependent on God.
Yeah, but again, it's not the soul is not created. It's not creation ex nihilo.
No,
and it's not creation ex materia because it's not material. So
right.
it would seem to me it's a part of God.
Yes, Krishna uses that word. Krishna uses that word, an angsha, part. You know, it's interesting. So, that's definitely the beta. I mean, I really appreciate you really following this very, very well. And I mean, you're really seeing all the implications of what I'm saying, which I appreciate. I can see why you.
I'm trying to understand it. Yeah.
No, it's good. I mean, I'm admiring your philosophical acumen, and so.
Thank you.
So, yes, it's because there is, as you know very well, there is a branch of, just, to be loose here, Hinduism, which is completely anathema to the Vaishnavas, which is the idea we are God, or, everything is one, or, it's all one. And everyone is God. I mean, the Vaishnavas, it's like most of Vaishnava philosophy for thousands of years is dedicated to refuting that idea. Refuting the idea that in any way we are God, that we are in any way, ultimately equal to God. I mean, the whole Vaishnava intellectual philosophical tradition is really focused on refuting that idea. So, it's again, I think we're getting to ontology because I think, in a sense, the trouble that someone, let's say, brought up in an Islamic tradition, the trouble they might have would be that certain ontological claims are interpreted as having certain ramifications, or like, well, this truth and that must be true. And it seems it's just like, because monotheism is obviously the centerpiece of Islamic philosophy, and therefore anything which threatens monotheism is the worst thing, the worst anathema. And so it seems to me, just from outside, that, and this is not a criticism, it's just an observation. It seems that Islam has established all of these safeguards. Safeguards are all these to prevent any possibility of drifting into polytheism or monism.
So what I would say there, Howard, is Islam hasn't established it post revelation. Revelation established it for us, right? So we got this message directly from God, which is why it's perfect, and we can have these conversations, and we recognize these nuances from the beginning because it was revealed to us. Right.
Okay, but accepting that, but still, we have to get to this point.
And just let me finish what I need to say. So the way it was revealed to us is in the Quran. It says "Laysa kamithlihi shay," which is there is nothing in creation like God. Period.
Agreed.
Right? Nothing at all. So nothing can ever exist in creation, be in creation, or be part of creation that is like God. God is distinct. Absolutely distinct from creation.
I'm
explaining to you our theology here. So
I have a question from the Quran about that.
Right, and we will get to that. So this is our understanding, and this is revelation. First of all, I think the piece that we now need to get to is that is monotheism for us. When we say monotheism, that's the monotheism we talk about.
Okay.
And so the question then raises itself is, if in your understanding, which is where the objection lies now, is if there is not ex nihilo, not ex materia, there is a third type, and that third type can only be an element of the divine in us, it means there is something like God now in creation.
Okay.
And this is a contradiction.
Great point. I mean, this is wow. Great discussion. Okay. I think you really, to use the crude old expression, hit the nail on the head. In this sense, so 2 points I want to make here. I'm trying to avoid the California sunshine coming in.
Oh, look at you. Yeah, we have none of it. So
I apologize for the great weather here.
Oh, that's fine. Enjoy your sunshine.
yeah.
Okay, first of all, I think it's really in the interest of all civilized people, and I certainly consider you guys to be very civilized. I think it's in the interest of all civilized people to, let's say, on the one hand, absolutely defend and cherish and maintain our sacred beliefs, or knowledge, if you want to call it knowledge. But at the same time, to have a neutral arena where we can talk to each other. And like we're doing now, and I give you great credit for that. So the Bhagavad Gita, that's what the words mean, the song of God. And so every time Krishna speaks, the Gita says Sri, well, not every time, because like not I'm getting to paragraphs, but it says Sri Bhagavanu Vacha, the Lord said. And so when you have these traditions, let's say Islam and Vaishnavism for now, and obviously other things, which are making, you know, in a deeper sense, this identical claim. I mean, obviously there's a prophet Gabriel, and there's, you know, some of the historical details are different, but the basic claim that God spoke these words, and making that same claim. And when you find in both cases that people are getting amazing results. So, because if you say, let's say you were speaking to an outsider and you said, well, look, I like Jake said. I mean, Jake said it. He said that he read the Quran. It really made sense to him and it changed his life. And he came to God. A person who was trying to refute theistic claims devoted his life to God. I mean, that counts. And that's exactly what happened to me. I mean, the devil didn't make me give up all my bad habits and my selfishness and my vanity and all that, and instead devote my life to serving God. And I mean, I don't think the devil made me do that. So there has to be some way in which we don't simply affirm things, but we can reasonably. So I'm not ruling out your right to logically argue that this revelation is really, you know, revelation capital R. I mean, obviously, you have a right to argue for that. But I think mere declaration, it may settle it. I mean, like it settles it in my community and it settles it for your community. But
if I may interrupt here, Eric. So
Sure.
there's a couple of things. So first of all, it's a claim. Absolutely right. It is a claim. However, the claim is backed up by revelation itself that says, here's a way to prove me wrong. I say in the Quran, there is a claim that it makes, which is, first of all, it claims to be from God.
Yes.
Secondly, it makes the claim that you can never produce something like it, even if you tried. This claim is absolutely in there. Thirdly, it says, if you believe it's not from me, then find a contradiction in it. There's another claim. So it's like a falsification test.
Okay, let me address that because let
me finish the fourth one.
Then you have to remind me because I want to address all of it.
Exactly. So, and because we haven't finished the earlier point, but we'll get to it.
And I got an important. I got to make about before I forget.
Okay. So the thing is,
about God being absolutely distinct. I have to talk about that.
Right. So please make a note of that, then, please. So the thing is we make the claim, but we have proof that proves itself.
Right? Well, here's why. Well, here's the point. A revelation can be true. It can But I mean, to say that contradict it. I mean, I don't want to contradict Islam. Why would I want to? I mean, I see that, I mean, there's good and bad people in every religion, but I see, here are huge numbers of people that are trying to love God or trying to serve God. I mean, why would I want to contradict that?
And look, Howard, this is not a discussion of sociological implications. Right?
No, but
we get to sociology later.
No, but everything you said, everything you said, I can say from my tradition.
Perfect. And we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So this is what I'm saying is, when we say it's revelation, it comes with a set of conditions.
Okay.
And those premises, those conditions can be satisfied by anybody, even if they don't speak the Arabic. Right? This is the key to it, because the revelation from an Islamic perspective is for everybody. There's no exclusive group.
Same here.
Right. Good. Great.
Same here.
Fantastic. So let's go back a step then, which is, okay, so we'll address the distinctive thing, but I really want to go back to the earlier point, which is the question of, if there are three types of categories of creation, and you said ex nihilo, ex materia, and then it must be God, and that spark of the divine is in us, then you agreed earlier, well, this is clearly, there's a contradiction there. Well, what does that entail then, in your belief? I mean, because you could.
What contradiction?
So you said, okay, because you said God is not part of creation in your belief, but then this spark means it is.
He's not material.
Okay, but then how is the soul different to God? If that is part of God. If that is part of God.
For example, God is omniscient. We are not omniscient. We have, small consciousness. God is all powerful. We are not all powerful. God is infinite, and we're infinitesimal. So we are very, very tiny compared to God.
Yeah, but you would still say, and so this is going back to the earlier point, that the soul the human soul is a part of God, a part of the divine.
But not in the sense that, let's say, if you take a piece of paper and you cut it up into, say, 10 pieces, then there is no paper outside those 10 pieces. Not in that sense of being a part of something. Again, this is not material physics. And so if I could just get to one thing, which I think may shed light on this discussion, and it's the point, I would say that you cannot show that, let's say, if the Qur'an says, and obviously you know it and I don't know it, that God is absolutely distinct. I think I don't know the Arabic, which would be actually very interesting to me to know what it actually says literally in the Arabic, but because it's obvious that there's a sense in which, I'm not trying to refute the Qur'an, I'm just saying there's a sense in which that's obviously not true. For example, God speaks.
Okay.
God has the power to use language. We have the power to use language. If two beings take seriously the word's absolutely different. Two beings who are absolutely different could not communicate. Not only could they not communicate in terms of having, mutually intelligible language, but by the mercy of God, you can understand what he's saying. So you not only understand, okay, I understand, like they say, okay, I know what you're saying, although I don't agree with it. But you not only can share a language with God by his mercy, but he says things that you can understand. There can be if you want to, I don't know what you call it, intellectual or spiritual or whatever word you want to use, meeting of the minds. God is obviously supreme consciousness, infinite consciousness, and he has ideas, and he expresses those ideas in the Quran. And you can understand those ideas. Two beings who are absolutely different, could not share a language, could not share ideas, could not have a relationship. So when you bow to God, it's an act of devotion, it's an act of love, and that means there's a relationship. Beings that are absolutely different cannot share language, cannot share feelings, cannot share relationship, cannot share ideas. So there are many ways in which, obviously, so the idea of, I take seriously the word absolute. Absolutely different means nothing can be in common. And if that were true, how could God give a book that you understand and give your life to?
Yeah, so I want to respond to that. Certainly, we believe that God exists and we exist. So if you mean that that's a similarity, fine. But the problem that I'm seeing is it's not the same thing. It's almost, and don't be offended by this, but it almost seems similar to Christianity in the sense that it's in the sense that it's not just God exists and humans exist. It's that the existence that humans have, the nature, the thing of which they're made of, which is their soul, for example. Matter, we already dealt with that, but we're talking about the soul here. The soul, from an ontological standpoint, is quite literally the same substance, so to speak, as God. It's part of God in that sense.
Okay, let's look at that.
The difference, and this is what I mean. Christians say they believe in one God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
I don't think the Trinity is monotheistic. That's just
well, I know, but let me make my point. My point is the reason why they say that is they say that each one of the persons of the Trinity possess the same nature or essence.
They go beyond us. They go far beyond us.
Yeah, and what I'm saying here is, in the sense of the human soul, it is of the same nature or essence as God. Okay,
let's talk about that. Yeah, I mean, you're very good. I mean, I really appreciate what all of you are saying. But first of all, Augustine epitomized the Trinity doctrine, which I think was, anyway, I won't tell you what I think of the Trinity doctrine. Anyway, but St. Augustine epitomized it by saying there are 7 claims in the Trinity doctrine, which are, what is it that, God, the Father is not the Son is not the Holy Spirit is not the Father, the Holy Spirit is God is God, the Father is God, and the Son is God. And number 7, and here's the kicker, number 7 is God is one. And so from my point of view, the Trinity doctrine is not a monotheistic doctrine, because it's one thing to say that there's co-substantiality, but what they don't say, I mean, Trinitarian Christians say that Jesus, the Son, is fully God. We would never say something like that. That makes absolutely no sense to me.
Right, of course, yeah.
So let me get at it from this angle. If we can agree, here's a twist on Anselm's ontological proof. I mean, Anselm that God is that being than whom no greater being can be conceived. I would say that what Anselm didn't see coming, because he lived in a society where if anyone wasn't a Christian, you just like smash them. But what he couldn't see coming is the argument that I think it's actually pretty easy to imagine a God who's greater than a God who tortures his own children forever for sometimes relatively minor theological mistakes, or things like that, or eternal hell. So it's not just a question, it's not just an ontological argument. I think what Anselm says, if God is infinitely glorious, then I would say there's a sense in which, as a corollary, that the most glorious conception of God is the truest, if God is infinitely glorious. And so to me, the real issue here in comparing these different ontologies, let's say Islamic or Vaishnava, as at least Gaudiya Vaishnavism, the real issue here is, if someone could show to me, logically, reasonably, that a God who creates souls from nothing and creates them and gives to them a substance which is simply different from his essence, their essence is different from his essence, to me, that doesn't sound more glorious than saying that God has given us eternal life on both ends. We've always existed. He's given us full eternality. And it's like, for example, again, I had good parents. So you know, when my parents say, oh, you know, like typical thing, mother says to the father, oh, he's got your eyes, or, you know, or no, he's got your nose or something. I mean, it's the love of the parents to see themselves in the child. I don't think that God sharing infinitesimally, not infinitely, sharing his divine nature with his own children, I don't think that diminishes the parent. And it in no way threatens God's position as absolutely supreme and unique, supreme, the supreme controller, the only omniscient being. To me, none of that is diminished or threatened if an infinitely loving father shares his divine nature with his children. And so if it were the case that this concept diminishes God in some reasonable way, then I would say you're right. And your concept is truer because it gives more glory to God. But I don't see the greater glory in that conception.
Yeah, I think the idea is you kind of, as you said earlier, you hit the nail right on the head. When you say that human beings possess the divine nature, well, to me, what does it mean to be divine? What it means to be divine is to possess the divine nature. And so if each one of us human beings possess a part of the divine nature, then it seems to just follow that we're partially God. We're partially
Actually,
divine.
Well, okay, good point, but no, for this reason. First of all, the word divine, as it has been used forever in Christianity and perhaps in Islam, and I mean, I don't know, but I don't know what the Arabic word is for divine. But and if it's been used historically in a way very similar to Christianity, but in Christianity, and you see this in the trial of Jesus before Pontius Pilate, where to say that someone is divine to mean they are God, that's not what the word means in our tradition. And so it's kind of a linguistic thing. We don't mean that someone is equal to God. That's not what we mean. The word divine, which comes from the Sanskrit divya, the word divine simply means being ultimately a spiritual being and not a material being. That's what we mean by divine. And so if I say that I or you, that we are divine, I absolutely do not mean that we're equal to God. I mean, that's not the way I use the word, because we are not obviously omniscient. We are not omnipotent. Nothing is ontologically resting on us. Everything is resting on God. I'm infinitesimal. I am, inconceivably tiny compared to God. At the same, but still, there's a family thing where, where God, out of his infinite love, he doesn't share his omnipotence with me. He doesn't, I'm not God. It's not like, I mean, with all due respect.
But he shares his divine nature, but not his omnipotence.
No, I'm not God, and I'll never be, because it's not like, I mean, the Latter-day Saints, and this is something which
you're part of God, though.
I am, but not in the sense that, let's say,
because you mentioned the paper thing before, which was actually good, which just to get back on that point, because this is really important here. You're not a part of God in the sense that if you remove all the parts of the paper, that God or the paper is somehow gone now, or all of a sudden.
Yes, right.
So in what sense are you a part of God? Because you're definitely not God, because you're not omniscient. Otherwise, and I'm not either. Otherwise, we'd have a big problem, right? And you're not part of God in the same way that a piece of a paper is part of this whole paper. Right. So in what sense are you part of God? This is the really, for me, the confusing part. And, and that was no pun intended. Yeah. So in what sense are you part of God if you're not like, and this is a crude way to think about it. I'm not trying to mean any disrespect by it. It's not like Krishna or God himself like ripped a piece of himself off, and then all of a sudden this is where Howard was, and another piece of it is Jake. I don't think you're understanding it that way, but in my mind, I can't think of anything other than that or being God himself. So what is it happening?
Okay. No, you've really, you very fairly and intelligently gotten to the point. And I will again say that we are one of the terms, we are conditioned souls. We are conditioned by living in this very imperfect material world rather than living with God. And so, therefore, our notions of parts and wholes, comes from our experience with the material world, pieces of paper, or people dividing up their inheritance, or just so any analogy or any example we can have of, of a part and a whole is that the whole is the sum of its parts. And so what I'm saying, which obviously doesn't make sense according to our empirical experience, is that you can have a whole which is not the sum of its parts. And actually that's explicitly stated. Actually, Krishna explicitly states that I forgot the exact Sanskrit language in the Bhagavatam, that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. There's a God who is God, capital G, not Latter-day, like someone was a great Latter-day Saint and then became the God of the universe. I mean, they're really nice people. The Latter-day Saints, they're really nice people. They're very generous and kind.
Utah's a nice place. Utah's a nice place. I mean,
yeah. And I asked one of them because I had I took a month off, had a little vacation in Utah. It's beautiful. It's spectacular scenery. Yeah, and exactly. And I said to one of their teachers, I said, well, is there a God, capital G, that was always God, that wasn't just like a really good Latter-day Saint? And he said, that's a good question. I never thought about it, which anyway. So, but my point is that on the spiritual plane, spiritual ontology, you can be part of something which is not merely the sum of its parts. It exists independently of its parts, and yet we are part of it. And you can't, all the analogies we can think of, taking any material thing and just breaking it into parts, that's the imperfect worldly physics of the fallen world. And so
would it be like the analogy of the ocean and a drop of ocean that many Hindus actually use to understand this concept?
They use that analogy, I hope. I think when they're using it correctly, it's the idea, if you taste the ocean water, you know it there, or if you take it's like a little bite of say a lemon meringue pie. Okay, revealed my favorite. So let's say if you just took a little bite of it, then you know what the pie tastes like. So that's the qualitative sense, that by taking a drop of the ocean, you can understand something about the ocean. But let's say you take a drop away from the ocean. Even though the difference is, let's say, infinitesimal, the ocean actually was diminished by a drop.
Yeah, so it goes back to that part whole problem, which is what you're saying you want to avoid. So then,
well, I would say this. Let me.
If I can come in with one comment, please. So, because you mentioned it in passing, which is the qualia aspect. Yeah. And this is the piece that I got stuck on earlier, which is I'll take this constitutional part of God which he has given to us, which constitutes our soul, must in some way qualitatively, qualia perspective, be qualitatively like God.
Yes.
And the question to me is, because you're saying we're not omniscient and all these other, because we're not, we recognize this as our reality clearly, then what is it about this element that differs then? Because if something differs, then logically it's not the same.
Well, he's saying it's a quantity.
One key difference is independence and dependence.
Yeah, but you're also saying it's the quantity, right?
The quantity,
the quantity and the quality are different, yet it's the same.
Because there's something.
No. He's saying the quality. He's saying it's, I hate to say made of the same stuff, because now we get back to material and parts.
Yeah. No, I understand.
The quality is the same, but listen, what I'm saying is, if you imagine the ocean, right, and it's made of all these parts, all these different molecules. Even if, no matter how much water you have, any part of it is still going to be H2O.
Yes.
And so if you have the tiniest amount of water that you could possibly, put under analysis, you still would say that it is a water molecule.
Yes.
In a similar sense, what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter to me how much of a small piece of God we have within us in terms of our soul. We would still say that that is God or divine, in the same way that I would say a small water molecule.
Not in this sense. Well, I'll tell you why I think that's not true. And I think what you're saying, I don't want to say it's just false. I don't want to say that, because the ontology which I introduced is beta a beta. So there's a non-difference, but there is a difference. So there's a sense in which a drop of the ocean, there's a sense, not every sense, in which a drop in the ocean is, it's just the same as the rest of the ocean. But a drop is not an ocean. You can't sail a boat on a drop of water. You can't swim in a drop of water.
It's still water, right?
Yes,
the same molecule. That's the thing. Yeah. It's the same.
But that's
the word being applied to the drop.
I know, but it's not monism. But again, I'm admitting that. I'm not denying that. I'm saying that God, out of his infinite love and with his infinite power, shares his divine nature with us, but we are never God. We are never God, and God is never just an individual soul. And so if you look at the drop of water in the ocean, it is fair to say they're the same. It's equally fair to say they're different.
Yeah. I'm just saying the label that we give it, we would say they're both water. One is more water than the other.
But it's not just more. It's, what I mean is there are qualitative, there's not, you say the qualitative oneness of a drop in the ocean, maybe we're talking chemistry or something. But when you talk about, let's say, fluidity, liquidity, a drop of water doesn't flow. And there's all kinds of, for example, the ocean can support, the ocean does a million things that water drops don't do. And so therefore, it's fair to say that there's a qualitative oneness, but it's not fair to try to reduce everything to the oneness. It can't be reduced. And that's the mistake that what we call the impersonalists make, like Shankar's followers. They think that everything is just one. And we say, no, that's false. God is infinite. We are infinitesimal. God is the controller. We are controlled. God is independent. We are dependent. You could, give 1,000 different reasons for saying that God is infinitely greater than us. And yet, so I understand your concern, because if you look at mysticism, whether it's Islamic, some Islamic mystics who were ultimately not so appreciated, or Christian or Jewish, or my God, there's innumerable Hindu mystics in this category who kind of, I think, took a wrong turn and sort of went the way of monism, that, we are God, we are all God. I think at that point, in fact, there's a statement by one of the great followers of Chaitanya, where he said, Kaivalyam narakayate, that believing everything is one and we are one with God is like going to hell. Believing that you are in every sense one with God is like going to hell.
Yeah, and we want to be clear. We know that you're not saying that. We want to be clear on that.
Yeah.
But what I do want to say, though, is that you're saying that the souls are in some sense part of God because they're qualitatively similar. Although, of course, we make a distinction between God's omniscience and us lacking in knowledge and so on. So maybe this, and I'm not trying to misrepresent, but maybe a good way to say it is God has more parts than, so to speak. In other words, God is more, although we are parts of him. In if you drew a big circle that was God and a bunch of dots in it that are us, that would be part of God, but it wouldn't encompass him, meaning to say that he has more parts than the parts that we are.
Yeah. God is a complete, autonomous, self-contained, infinite being by himself. And so by himself, he's not the sum of us. That would be a disaster. And therefore, just one last point, and then I'll turn it over. And that is that, so it seems that both of us have the same concern. We want to see God glorified fully. We don't want any philosophical claim that in any way diminishes God or diminishes his either his uniqueness, whatever. And I think we both see God as infinitely glorious. The problem here is, I think, or the disagreement, is that in the Islamic tradition, certain ontological claims are interpreted as somehow diminishing God or diminishing his uniqueness or whatever. Whereas in the Vaishnava community, those claims are seen as glorifying God and actually a feature of his infinite glory. And so really what we're disagreeing about is not that God is infinitely glorious and that we are totally not God. We're not disagreeing about that. We're disagreeing on you could say, the theological implications of different ontologies.
Well,
yeah.
But just a sort of a small crease there that I want to iron out. Let me put it that way. The small crease is, in our theology, there is no sharing of anything with God.
Not even with language.
No, but divine nature is
the sharing of the divine nature. Sorry, there is no sharing of the divine nature of God with creation.
So, for a question then for you is it somehow within God's nature to use language?
Of course. I mean,
this is language. Aren't we sharing?
Right. Okay. So we move. Okay. So we'll move on to that topic because this is a separate topic. Because we're now talking about how are the attributes of God manifested, and God hears, God sees, God speaks, and He tells us. I mean, He is all hearing, all knowing, all merciful. So this is now we're moving to a different topic. But I just want to close out this topic first, which is, in Islam we say that there is nothing of God in his essence, in his nature, that is shared with creation. That's the distinct part, and that is radically distinct. I mean, there is no, and again, why is it so? Because Revelation tells us that. We haven't made this up. Revelation tells us it is radically distinct. So there's no discussion there.
I believe that I'm conveying revelation, but so in a neutral philosophical discussion, if it were the case that to attribute divine nature, in my sense of the word, not in the sense of saying somebody's God, but if it were the case, if someone could show me reasonably that by saying that God chooses of his own absolute free will, out of his own omnipotence, he chooses to share something with his children, if I thought that diminishes God, then I would think you're right. And as far as saying it's revelation, I mean, I respect the fact that you take this as revelation, and I'm not attacking that claim. I'm just saying, though, that I'm making the exact same claim, and so
right. So before we go there, though,
I think this is the point where we should turn to what you were just stating, basically, that, well, does this degrade God in any way? Because this is, and again, I'm not trying to say that this is Christianity again, no, but in the sense that when we have the issue with Christians over the incarnation, the difference is they say, okay, so they say Jesus is God in the flesh. Now, it's our understanding that this in some way is diminishing who God is. That's part of our belief. And it's my understanding that very is very important in the Hare Krishna understanding, that there is some type of incarnation of God.
Great topic. Great point. Great point.
So I think this is something we should sort of move on to now, because we
Yeah,
dealt with all
That's a
of
good
these
point. So
esoteric
no, it's
things.
a great point. It's we need a Jake. So it's so actually what you've touched upon, you have very good philosophical instincts, and what you've touched upon is really at the heart of the millennial debate between the Vaishnavas and what we call the impersonalists or the Mayavadis. And that is because, and okay, here comes the bombshell. It is the Vaishnav view that when Krishna comes to this world, he is not incarnating. Because, as you know, Latin carne means flesh. So he's not taking on flesh. Krishna is coming in an eternal spiritual form. And the Vaishnavas have spent probably most of their philosophical energy and time arguing against the idea that God incarnates in a material body. So in that sense, although you obviously, you're not going to take everything we believe, but at least on the one point that God does not come in a material body, we absolutely agree.
Okay, so maybe you can do us a favor, and especially for the audience as well, explain to us what your understanding of, and again, it's not incarnation because it's not flesh, but maybe you can unpack a little bit more about your understanding of God's appearance. I don't know exactly what way you want to phrase it.
Avatar.
Avatar.
So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as you believe, was the combined avatar of Radha and Krishna, right? So there is the male, the female, and we understand there's a theological understanding on this. This is not like, and I get this, so I don't want to misrepresent you, but how and in what manner is this different to incarnation, and how in what manner can you explain to us is it spiritually, the essence of God present here?
Okay.
Because it manifests itself as far as the devotees see as a person in front of them, which was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, right?
Yeah, no.
I hope that was clear.
No, these are really great questions, and I have to say that it's not so often that I get such great questions. I think that's, it's a tribute to your spirituality, your genuine spirituality. You get all these things. So, okay, I'm going to have to go a little Neoplatonic on you here.
Go ahead, deep as you want. It's fine. Yeah.
And that is
we'll go with you down the rabbit hole as far as you want to go. So, and we'll bring Alice back as well.
Yeah, keep the rabbits down there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so, and I say Neoplatonic in this sense. Plato essentially taught that, actually I may have to follow Jake's example and run and get a little something to eat so I don't faint from it.
No, go ahead. If you want to take a quick break.
I can go another couple of minutes, and if I start getting dizzy, I'm going to run into the kitchen. Yes, so Plato basically was teaching that this world is a very imperfect reflection of a perfect world. He called the world a form. So just to give the simplest example from, Plato the geometer, that in this world, if you draw a triangle, or if you have a computer generated, no matter how precise you do it, you will never get an absolutely perfect triangle. But you can imagine a perfect triangle. In fact, this is even true because that's the point. Thank you.
Look, our audience are feeling for you. Look, please, if you want to go grab something, please do go ahead.
I'm going to just try to get this last point. I'm so attached to this.
Okay, fine. Absolutely.
If I really start to get dizzy, I'll go. But thank you. So
we feel for you. We really do. We don't want you to suffer while you're on our program, for sure. Okay.
So thank you. So even in science we know that there is a finite degree of precision by which you can measure anything.
Sure.
There's no such thing as infinite precision in science, which kind of confirms what Plato is saying. And of course, I mean, Aristotle, if you look at Aristotle's career, he kind of starts out with geometry, but he also believes in God, he believes in the soul, believes in reincarnation. And so I think, what was the name of that? I don't think, maybe it's the Parmenides. There's one Platonic dialogue. I read this in a textbook and I have to find it again. What I find this absolutely fascinating about Plato, and it's not talked about so much as I think it should be, but at a certain point, Plato is kind of trying to integrate these two worldviews. Because it's one thing to say, okay, a perfect horse, it means, it has the perfect form of a horse. And it can run, I don't know, amazingly fast. You can talk about what's a perfect horse, what's a perfect triangle, what's a perfect this or that. But then he says, well, what about souls? Because the Greeks had this idea that movement, that perfect things don't move. Because if you're in a perfect posture, let's say, as soon as you move, it's like, because you're stepping away from perfection. It's like, let's say there's one tiny point, almost immeasurable point, which is the top of a mountain, and somehow you're balanced on that point. If you move in any direction, you're going down. You have to go downhill. But then Plato says, but if we say that perfect things don't move, that's kind of sterile. And what about souls? I mean, souls, they must have feelings. Souls must love. So how can we say that souls have no grace, no motion? And so ultimately, he's trying to integrate these ideas. And so in Christian, I remember one time I had a philosophy class at UCLA, and I mentioned a point coming from our tradition, and the professor, he said, "Oh my God, that's Neoplatonic." So the idea is that this world it's a reflection of the real world, which is the kingdom of God. To give an example, if you see a perfect reflection of an apple tree, let's say in crystalline, still water, then even though it looks exactly like an apple tree, you can't eat those apples. It's just the reflection. In Sanskrit, pratibimba. And so this world, it looks like we can be happy without God. It looks like we can have great relationships, like we can enjoy in different ways, but ultimately it's the material world. It's only the reflection of God's perfect world. And so therefore, just as in this world, there's beauty. I mean, some people are really good looking, or there are beautiful scenes in nature. And so if we try to exploit that and enjoy it in this world, we get entangled in materialism. But there is an eternal perfect world where there's infinite beauty. There are forms, and the forms are not limiting. And so the idea is that God can have, in fact, there's Advaita Machuta Manadi Mananta Rupam. God can have infinite forms. He's one person, he's one God. And yet he can manifest in infinite ways and manifest infinite beauty. And so in the case of Chaitanya, the specific question, it's actually Krishna, but sort of experiencing the love of his own devotee. There's this whole sophisticated theology around it, but the basic idea is there are spiritual bodies. Krishna says in the Gita that you should meditate upon me as someone that has achintya rupam, an inconceivable, beautiful form. And again, the same word achintya is used. This is the same word that's used to describe the ontology of how things can be one and different. And so, anyway, that's sort of an introductory remarks on that. So to us, to maybe just add something. So to us, say that God has no form. God cannot, let's say, make infinitely beautiful music. It's not protecting God from limiting material things. It's limiting God by thinking that all the things we admire in this world are somehow absolutely bad or absolutely limited, instead of seeing them as mere limited reflections of their spiritual counterparts. And that's the Platonic part of it.
Okay. Unless somebody else wanted to come in and
No,
ask a
go ahead,
question,
Jake. I've got some comments after this, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, from an epistemological standpoint, the avatars that have been witnessed or seen, et cetera, and specifically to do with your school and the avatar that Brother Muhammad just mentioned. How does one know that this is a genuine avatar of God or it's not? And this founder of the Hare Krishna movement, if I could say that, how is it understood that this was a genuine avatar of God?
Right. Okay. I would say in some ways that are analogous to Islam. I'm not saying they're the same in every sense, in the sense that you have, well, first of all, within avatar theology, I mean, within this Vaishnava tradition, everyone accepts that God can appear in this world. In fact, Krishna says that in the Bhagavad Gita. He says that I come to this world in every age to restore Dharma and so on. So Krishna himself gives some of the avatar theology in the Gita. And so if one accepts that this is a perfect revelation, that God does sometimes come to this world, but in his own form. And again, I just mention one little point here, that just as I said in general, this very imperfect world is a mere reflection of a perfect world, the same is true for our cognition, in the sense that our power to see, our power to hear, and so on, is not something which actually originates in a physical body. The nervous system, including the optic nerve and all that, our human nervous system is merely conducting our eternal consciousness. So it's the soul that sees, it's the soul that hears. But in order to interact with this world, when we come down here to hopefully learn something, we see through material eyes. But if you go behind the material eye, the power to see at the most basic level is the soul's power. And so therefore, when Krishna comes, he can give us, he can sort of pull away the curtain and let us see him. And so, in fact, that's the image Krishna uses several times in the Gita. He talks about pure consciousness being covered. It's covered. So when you discover it, and of course, apocalypse, that's what it means, in Greek, to discover, to uncover. And so when the covering is removed, it's also called a curtain. There's this one term in the Bhagavatam, Maya Javani Kachana, that we are covered by a curtain of Maya, and the curtain can be pulled back. So we're eternal beings with eternal powers to see, to hear, and so on. So regarding your question, when Krishna comes, there's a whole avatar theology. There's a whole test. They apply tests, just like you do in your tradition. And so one major test is, do we find a mention of this avatar in the revealed scriptures? Because the scripture can't just sort of come ad hoc. There has to be some reference, you could say prophecy, of this person. And you find these things in sacred text. The person has to, and I mean, if we just want to get down, and this is nothing like a criticism here, but if you just want to break it down into very basic things, in Islam, it seems to me, as I understand it, let's say it's true. God wanted to communicate with human beings. And therefore, through an intermediary, an angel, we might use the word guru or whatever word, or liberated, a jivan mukta, liberated soul, whatever word you use, God sent a message. And a pure soul was able to take that message and relay it, pass it on to a very special person, human being in this world, who God blessed with the power to receive that message. That person then taught this message to other people. He convinced them. They had relevant, powerful experiences that convinced them that, in fact, they were getting a message from God. And a community formed, and the community expanded, and they told other people, and other people had very similar experiences. And so, I mean, just structurally, that's what it looks like from outside. That's what happened. And that's exactly the same thing that happened with Krishna. I mean,
Good. Sorry. Yeah, so I want to come in here, if I may.
Yeah.
Sorry, will you finish first of all? I don't want to interrupt. I do apologize.
Oh no, please go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. So there's sort of 3 points I want to make here, and just to sort of clarify for the audience and for us as well. The first point I think you mentioned, which is that is this avatar mentioned in scripture? And what I would say is the story or the stories of an individual with a saffron or orange clothing is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita or is mentioned in the scripture, which when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came about, this scripture was already prevalent in society. So he was able to. So I mean, this is my understanding. So you can correct me. So he was able.
Can I address that point? I'll go point by point.
Yeah. Okay. So let me finish what I need to say. So he was able to first of all read this and access this knowledge. He himself was fairly educated.
Very
also,
actually very educated.
Okay. All right. So okay. Good. Exactly. So very educated. He was actually a child genius.
Yes.
Right. I mean, he was a very, 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 very smart individual. He was surrounded. The early Goswamis that surrounded him were also very, very educated individuals. This, to me, lays down a foundation of if there was a need to create something, then the ingredients were there.
Great point. That's a very clever point. I want to address that. That's that's a very interesting point. I want to address it. What you're saying, I'd say, I mean, as I understand it, at a very basic level, is obviously true. Namely, that if you have prophecy, then you can get a lot of wannabes. You can get a lot of people saying, hey, look, God is going to come like that. And hi, everybody. Here I am. Yeah. I mean, that's obviously, that's the, how should I put it? That's the, you could say, a danger with prophecy. And that's a fair point. I think the tradition, however, is able to protect itself from that danger in various ways. That for one thing, the prophecies are not that specific, like exactly what he'll do, every little detail. And I think, so there's the concept of yuga dharma. The word yuga means like one of the ages, can last thousands of years. And then dharma means sort of the authorized process. So in every age, there's a process. So it does talk about that the avatar in this age, it's called the Yuga avatar, the avatar of the age, will spread God consciousness and liberate people through Sankirtan by engaging people in congregational glorification of God. And so if you look at the history of Chaitanya, if you look at the history and if you look at the repercussions, there just aren't any other candidates. I mean, there's no one even remotely like that. And here's another point. Take the case of the prophet. That clearly we know about the prophet today because he had this monumental impact on history. I mean, we can say that power came from God, and we do say it came from God, but still, just looking at it in sort of in a secular historical framework, he had this huge impact on human history. And the fact that he had this impact on human history means that he, and then those who followed him, somehow or other were able to persuade very large numbers of people that this is really coming from God. Because there were lots of people claiming to be speaking for God, but the difference is the prophet convinced people, and convinced them not just by oratory, but because when they heard him, they had experiences that convinced them that, yeah, this is real. This is the real thing. And they told other people, and they told other people. And there was this, you could say, spiritual current, the spiritual power that just spread from one person to another. It became a community, it became a society, it became an international society. And something very much like that happened with Chaitanya's movement. And so, I mean, you could say that, we can say that, well, anyone could just say, I'm God's prophet, and God, through an angel spoke this book to me. I mean, anyone could say that, but go out and try to create a world religion. See how successful you are. So I think that people that have very powerful historical impact and change lives and somehow inspire large numbers of people to give themselves to God, that I don't think you can fake that. I mean, maybe you can, if we look at like the 60s, where everyone was a guru and everyone was a prophet and everyone was this and everyone was that, and where are they now? So I think that there is a sense in which time is the great purifier. Just give one example. Look at English literature in the 19th century, which I'm kind of a fan of. I mean, there were so many writers that you've never heard of, and I've never heard of, because they didn't pass the filter of time. So I think that the same things you could say about your tradition, I think, again, structurally, socio-historically, all those elements are there.
Right. So, I mean, there's lots of points there. I don't want to respond to all of them, but let me pick up on because I've got 2 more points I need to make here. The first point is, in the sociological melee that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was born, it was in an environment that was expecting this to happen, because they were, as it says in your literature that I've read, this was an environment that had actually degraded sociologically.
Some people were expecting it. I accept that it's not that the society was expecting.
No, exactly. I mean, there was a group of individuals that were expecting it. Right. They were looking forward to it. In fact, they were actively searching for it. And from what I recall from the literature, they located this child prodigy, who immediately went to the local sort of schools and the learned individuals, and he memorized.
Even before he was a child, the story is that at his birth, that just to make it clear what happened.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, please. Okay, please. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
The idea is that when the Lord comes to this world, it's a fairly big kind of like, I don't want to say Broadway production, but when Krishna comes, he actually sends a generation or two of people to sort of prepare the way, to prepare the world. And so the idea is there were some very special enlightened souls that actually descended to this world to participate with the Lord in his activities. And they're the ones that recognized him as birth. Actually, they recognized him in the womb of his mother, that the Lord, the avatar, has come. And they were the first ones. And interestingly, and this is, I think, an interesting counterpoint to some of what you're saying, that Krishna, the way, I mean, for us, it's called Leela, his pastimes, his play in this world, both as Krishna around 5,000 years ago, and again as Chaitanya roughly 500 years ago. In his own little village, most of the people didn't see him as divine as the Lord. And so he has kind of like what are considered, in the tradition, these very endearing pastimes where he's just playing like a child and he's just cultivating the love of the people around. They love him, but they're not really worshiping him. And then at a certain point, you could say both with Krishna and Chaitanya, it would be about, you could say, adolescence. He begins to reveal who he actually is. And so therefore, what really convinces people is not just, okay, we need an avatar, we're looking for one, okay, he looks like an avatar. But actually, at a certain point, Krishna reveals himself in various ways, and the people around him have experiences which absolutely convince them that they are experiencing God. And it turns in, just like with Islam, it turns into a huge movement with, you know, hundreds of millions of people.
So, I mean, there's some misunderstanding there, first of all. So, you know, when Islam first came about, I mean, it was 23 years of revelation, first of all. And there was a first period where literally there was no way it would have survived. Pretty much, it was being stamped out. At the time when Islam actually finally became prevalent, it took over the East and West within the first 60 or 70 years. Right. And to this day, historians they have no explanation as to how that happened. Right. So within 60 or 70 years, everything that had been predicted, that had been prophesied, every single
not all the West.
No, not all. Within the first 80 to 90 years, that expansion had happened, and then in the following sort of 800-900 years, everything else sort of came about. But all of the predictions had already happened when they were at their weakest, right? So it wasn't like there was hundreds of thousands of people and then the predictions were made. The predictions of this expansion was made when literally they were at their weakest point. They were starving. They were under attack. And
there's an analogy here. Because if you look at
let me finish my statement. So the analogy. So where it works is, number one, the Prophet or Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was known to be unlearned, right? He was revealed to him a scripture that made a claim that there is nobody that can produce something like this. So for the last, and you're a linguist, and you know that if an expert linguist wants to produce something, they can. So for the last almost 1,500 years, the very best Arabic linguists on the planet have tried and failed. Here's the challenge, right? How can, and here's the simplest challenge, how can a shepherd from the middle of the back desert of Arabia, who had never been to school, had never had access to the Greek or the Hellenistic theologies, had access to any of the science of that time, had mixed with the Persians or the Romans or any of those societies, produce a book that talks about topics all the way from philosophy, science, medicine, biology, human condition, psychology, which to this day have none of them been proven wrong. And the language in which is written, the language in which has been written, makes a claim that nobody will write a text like this, and nobody has been able to. So how does a shepherd do that? You see, that's the miracle. That's the miracle.
Okay, but you see, I think that here's I think the issue.
And Brother Mansur can come here as well. I mean, if he wants to add anything.
Yeah, I think the issue is that I am not trying to show that God did not inspire the prophet. I mean,
all I was clarifying. Sorry for interrupting me. All I was clarifying was the analogy you were making.
No, but you see,
was actually incorrect.
But you see, your point is based on an assumption which I don't accept.
Well, what's the assumption? What's the assumption?
Okay, here we go. Let's assume that God, in fact, did reveal the Quran to Muhammad through Gabriel. Let's just say that's what happened.
Okay.
That in no way indicates that God is a one-trick pony.
No, we don't believe that.
To say that every time God comes to reveal something, that's the way he does it, and that's the template, that's the way it's always done. I think, to me, an infinite God with infinite genius, infinite art. You know, you look at sand crystals, you look at snowflakes. I mean, an infinitely great artist, an infinite genius probably does all kinds of amazing things. And in fact, if you look at the Bhagavatam, for example, it talks about many avatars of Krishna. And by the way, I think there's a relevant point. This is something you can't make up. To give an example, in India, especially I would say in the last, very roughly, maybe a few thousand years, there was a real competition. There was a real rivalry between Vaishnavas and Shaivas, those who worship Shiva. It's going on for a very long time. Now, what's interesting is there is historical evidence that the Shaivas were sort of like keeping up with the Joneses, keeping up with the Dasas, in the sense that you have this magnificent avatar theology in Vaishnavism. The great avatars of Vishnu, these amazing, just like playful. And so what you find is that on the Shaiva side, they had to keep up with this. So they tried to come up with an avatar theology for Shiva. It flopped. It's like you open on Broadway and you close after the second night. So what happened is, here you have India, where everyone already believes in avatars. Everyone already believes in these divine figures. Everyone's already bought into the whole Vedic thing. And yet here you have these Shaivas who have millions of followers and kings who are serving them, and they can't come up. They cannot establish Shaiva avatars. Why? Because there aren't any. I mean, in the sense that, Shiva, basically he comes as Shiva. They may dress a little differently. And so therefore what I'm saying is that you can't just invent this stuff, because people who already had almost half of India following them and unlimited wealth and political power, they couldn't convince everybody about these avatars. And so the Vaishnava avatars, they all have different things they do. They do these amazing creative things. Some of them come as brahmanas. Some of them come as princes. Some of them come as prophets. Some of them are poor. Some of them are rich. But they're all avatars. And so what I'm saying is that God is great. God is great. And he's an amazing artist. Look at beauty. Look at what God has made, mountains and rivers and different races of people. If you look at God's creation, he's into variety. And so I'm not disputing that God inspired Muhammad. Why would I dispute that? And so all I'm saying is he's not a one-trick pony. He does all kinds of amazing things. And so therefore, in order for Krishna to be real, for Chaitanya to be real, it doesn't have to exactly model God's revelation to the prophet. It doesn't have to, be exactly like.
So first of all, that is not my assumption.
Okay.
That was a straw man. I do with all due respect.
Well, I wouldn't know that unless I made the.
No, exactly. So no. So what we say, and Brother Mansur, please, I think, come in here, which is we have.
I just want to come to a point, if I may. I do apologize. First of all, I was feeling a little bit tired, so I had to just take a little break, jet lag, as I mentioned earlier. As I have gathered so far, listening for just a little while before I joined, if we are talking about scripture and the concept of God and how great God is, and your acceptance of the possibility that the Quran is inspired or revealed from this creator God, here comes some of the problems. Quran makes some very distinctive claims about its author, who is God, of course, as the Quran says. And it talks about historically how the same author has dealt with the humans throughout human history in terms of their belief, their practices, their cultures, their understanding, their theology, and so on. And it emphasizes the fact consistently that there has always been the same message about this creator to all nations at all times, about who he is and what his nature is. So if you say that he's a great artist, he wouldn't contradict himself, because he is just and he's truth. He is the source of truth. And because of his nature being the truth, the source of truth, his nature is explained to communities always consistently. So he's not going to say to one community, to one nation, that, you know, it's okay if you ascribe to me a son or a daughter or multiplicity of who I am, or even the, you know, the substance of what I am, what I am not. It will never happen. I mean, this is what the Quran emphasizes consistently, that he is the one, there is no likeness unto him whatsoever. So all these comparisons and analogies and all these conceptions and inceptions about him, these are all futile, because creation is distinct from the creator. And this is one important point that the creator makes. Laysa kamithlihi shay. Huwa as-sami'u al-basir. But he is a one who hears and sees, but there's no likeness unto him whatsoever. And quite interestingly, the way the phrase is used here is that there is no likeness to his likeness. Okay, so if you look at the Vedic tradition, which you, I'm sure, very familiar with, there is quite a lot of dissimilarity between the Bhagavad Gita, the way it reconciles the different nature as portrayed in the Vedas, in terms of how even the nature is portrayed, different natural elements, natural forces that are portrayed to be divine or portrayed to be God or some kind of energies of this God. The Veda seems to reconcile. It's a reconciliatory book in which it, in my humble understanding. But if we actually go to the Vedas themselves, which will be the primordial, the text of Sanatana Dharma, it has certain elements which you would have to say it talks about, like nature being part of God, or nature being God itself, or manifestations of God, whether it's Indra or Rudra.
Right.
Yeah.
Good point.
I just want to summarize what I'm saying.
Yeah, great point. I'm eager to reply.
Yeah. I just want to summarize. So the Quran, being a revelation from the same creator that we are talking about and we are agreeing on, it will demonstrate the falsity of other false notions about God, as it does throughout. It talks about how people had...
Right, I get your point. I understand your point.
Yeah.
So, first of all, thank you. Very interesting point. First of all, I'm at a serious disadvantage in one sense, in that I'm not fluent in Arabic, and I'm not fluent in the Arabic of the Quran, which I'm sorry I'm not, because I think it would be fascinating if I was.
If you'd like to spend more time with us, we can help you. For sure, yeah.
At my age, I'm beginning to. When I was
younger,
almost
there.
Yeah. When I was younger, I thought y'all get around to that one day. But so now, what I'm saying now is not obviously based on any direct experience or knowledge I have of the Quran, although I did read it in a college class, but that obviously is very inadequate. What I would tend to think, let me put it this way, I would be very surprised if I were really a master of Arabic, Quranic Arabic, if I really mastered that. And if I read the Quran, I tend to think that based on linguistic history and based on cultural history, that there could be debates. Maybe not, not in everything, but would you say that in the history of Islam, there have never been debates on the meanings of any of it? Like if you look at history, not like, well, these people didn't get it, but have there ever in the history of it? I think there have been. And so I'm not trying to relativize the Quran. I'm not saying there is no ultimate meaning. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, take, for example, the thing that God is absolutely distinct. I don't think it's very difficult to problematize a particular interpretation of what that means, because I think that if God, again, as I said, and I don't think there was really a good answer to that I accept the uniqueness of God. I accept, as you do, I really am a serious monotheist. But two beings who are absolutely different could not communicate, could not have a relationship. And so...
How does that follow, by the way?
Because sharing language, absolute different means you don't share anything, not language, not ideas, not convictions, a relationship. People are, for example, if there's a being who is invisible, totally imperceptible, you can't have a relationship with that being. So to be absolutely different is to be absolutely imperceptible, because even if you share a certain ground of perception, you share that. So, and even if that perception doesn't have to be sensorial, it can be conceptual, it can be intuitive, it can be, you know, God somehow, you know, making you understand something within yourself. Communication is only possible when there are some common denominators. So what I'm saying is that I don't see myself as rejecting the Quran. I don't see myself as rejecting the great work the Prophet did. I don't see myself, you know, like denying these things. If when I hear things that you tell me, I look at it in a somewhat different way. Because ultimately, and again, I'm just kind of, you know, faking it from my UCLA class. But my understanding is that in the Sunni tradition, they in fact placed great importance on the community. And so you have, and so you have God, you have Gabriel, you have the prophet, but you have a community. And the very fact that, as we know historically, and I'm not taking sides, God forbid, I'm not judging anything. I'm just saying, as a historian, not as a prophet, that among people who claim to be absolutely devoted to the Quran, to God, there are serious disagreements.
But in terms of what, in what subjects? Because in any linguistic or any, you know, religious traditions, there will be disagreement over a text.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
There are, and again, I'm not endorsing anything. Mm-hmm. I'm not criticizing anything. Because I'm ignorant. I'm just saying what I do know is that historically there have been, for example, Sufi traditions. There have been Muslim philosophers and theologians. They're the Sunnis and the Shiites.
Do you mind just giving an example of how they disagreed on the very attributes of God? Because when it comes to attributes of God, in terms of the unique 99 names or the names that the Quran displays or portrays about God, or even the very concept of the i'jaz or the linguistic inimitability of the Quran, they might disagree with the modality of how the Quran is inimitable or beyond human capacity. Just want to finish my point, Howard.
Yeah. Okay.
But they all agreed, whether they were in the Sunni tradition or in the Sufi traditions or even the Shia traditions, the Quran is inimitable. So they agreed in the linguistic miracle of the Quran.
Well, wait a second. No, actually not. I mean, I'm not saying the Quran's not unique, but what I'm saying is, if you look at the history of Sufism in India, there were, because what you, and I think in other places, because Sufis were in many places, and I'm not, obviously not talking about all Sufis because it's a very variegated thing.
Of course.
But what we do see, I want to get back to the Sunni now, the community. Talking as a historian now, I'm not speaking as a theologian, I'm not claiming to give revelation. I'm just speaking as a historian.
Okay.
What we see in the history of Islam is that different people gave different interpretations of the Quran.
Different people giving any specific example about.
Yeah, like for example, saying that according to the Quran, we're justified in doing a little syncretistic thing with Vaishnavism. I mean, there were Sufis in India who were persecuted, killed because, I mean, what we know is that boundaries were kept. It's absurd to say that in the history of Islam, that there was never anything like boundary maintenance. In fact, there was.
Just one very quick point.
Yeah.
So there are heretics in every tradition.
No, but again, someone has to say. That gets the Sunni point. Someone has to claim the authority, and they may really have it, or they may not. But someone has to claim the authority to say, we as a community, here are two different interpretations of the Quran. This is the real one. This is the only one. And if you claim something else, you just got it wrong. Now, for example, look at Christian history, because I know that better.
Yeah.
And I know something.
You can't conflate the two. That's the problem, though.
Please don't conflate them, Howard.
I'm not, you see, I'm not making judgments. I'm just saying it's a historical fact. I'm not saying that this group was right, that group was wrong. Maybe you're right. Maybe there's only one true interpretation, which is the one you hold today. I'm not arguing about that. I'm simply arguing, what I'm saying is there is a historical record in which some people, for example, in Christianity, there is a credo. There are, there's a Nicene. And my study of Christian history, which I've done a lot more than Islamic history, just because it's closer to me, because I grew up in it. Not because I would say it's intrinsically more interesting, but so my study.
I think you'd find Islam more intrinsically interesting, actually.
Actually,
I think you would.
Fascinating.
Yeah. I think you would. I think you would.
One college level course in the history of Islam, and I found it fascinating. Yeah. But anyway, my point is this. I'll start with Christianity. In the history of Christianity, certain people, by whatever means, often militarily, got power. That doesn't mean they were wrong. It doesn't mean they were bad Christians, although in some cases I think they were. But still, let's talk in neutral terms. I'm trying to keep this a neutral discussion. Some people got power. That's neutral. The people that got power had the power to decide orthodoxy. What is correct thinking? Okay. But in the case of Christianity, I think, especially in the first few centuries, they mostly got it wrong. And people who they disagreed with, they declared to be heretics. So you get this division of orthodoxy and heresy. What I'm saying is, without any judgment about who's right and wrong, it is a fact of human history that certain people who had the power to do so, even if you say the power came from God, you can say God gave them the power, but they had the power. That's the neutral description. And they used that power to declare that this view is orthodoxy and that view is heresy. I'm saying in every tradition, it's not possible for religion, whether it's Vaishnavism, Islam, Christianity, it's not possible to function in this world among human beings and without that happening. Now, if you say yes, but in our case, we're very lucky, and maybe you're right. I'm not arguing about that. You can say we're very lucky that the people that had the power to impose orthodoxy were the ones that got it right. So therefore, we have the right understanding. I'm not arguing about that. I'm just saying.
I just want to make a point on this, Howard.
Human historical process by which we inevitably disagree, and someone has the power, and they exercise that power, and they say this is orthodoxy.
Sure. Just the point I want to make, 2 points. And firstly, the one on the latter point that you're raising, it is not about, the power determines the particular interpretation of the Quran. The Quran itself gives the validity of interpretation, what interpretation is valid or not. Quran actually lays out the criteria. And
with all due respect, I have to say one thing. I have to say one thing.
Okay, and then I'll make my point.
I have to say one thing. And that is, we have to agree on what realm of discourse we're going to talk in, because I could testify to you. I could, just like you were testifying to me, that Krishna is the author of the Gita and it's perfect because he said. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying you're wrong. All I'm saying is either we have. Either we do or don't have a neutral area.
So Howard, yeah, I agree. So let me sort of take the point here. So number one, the situation is historically, have there been disagreements? Yes, there have been. Okay. Have there been disagreements on particular aspects of how to understand certain things? Yes, of course. And we have them. I mean, the Mu'tazilites, the Khawarij, etc., etc. However, what nobody disagreed on ever is the core text of the Quran. right? The words, the letters that are in the Quran, nobody disagreed on that.
No, but that's not my point.
But let me finish. So, because nobody disagreed on this, the Quran, because it not only lays out the message, it lays out the creed as well. It lays out what is right and what is wrong. So here's the thing: nobody, whether the Shia or the Sunni, have a different Quran. We don't have a different Quran.
That's not my point. That's not at all my point. I mean,
but I agree with you. There were disagreements.
Our creed is based on that, Howard.
Our creed is based on that.
I think. Let me make it more clear, because first of all,
because in the Christian, sorry, Howard. So in the Christian tradition, it took them 300 to 400 years to go through a binitarian, to go through a trinitarian, to go through a is the spirit part of the Trinity discussion. There was a very, very long tradition of which also thousands and thousands of manuscripts that were unearthed were either included or excluded at various ecumenical councils. Then the church fathers, and this is the thing, this is the issue we have with them, they did this without divine intervention. It was men deciding what was God's word.
Okay, but the point is this. Of course,
we never had this, so we never had that history.
But they will absolutely swear on their lives, on their eternal souls, that God gave them the Nicene Creed. But here's my point. I don't want to confuse my point. I have a very, very specific point.
Go ahead.
Now, as far as text critical issues, in other words, do we have the original Quran?
Yes.
I am aware that some scholars, and I'm not saying they're right, but some scholars do argue that there are text critical issues. I'm not endorsing their view. So what I'm saying is, let's assume for the sake of discussion, by the way,
I need to warn you, we're going to open for Q&A soon. So,
sure.
So just to let you know, right? So we'll sort of try and close out this piece of the conversation.
So what I'm saying is that obviously the overwhelming, almost everyone in the Islamic world, or everyone, however you want to say it, is convinced we have the original Quran. This is the Quran that God gave us through these
Prophet Muhammad, yes.
Yes. So my point, I'm not arguing text critical issues. I'm not saying that's not the original Quran, or let's say 1,000 years ago, someone claimed, no, this is an older manuscript I found somewhere in Upper Egypt. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there is a history where some people who, at least by behavioral symptoms, seem to be very devoted to God, very devoted to Islam, but felt that some of the exact statements that we are debating were open to a more liberal understanding that did not offend the Prophet, did not contradict the Quran, that when God spoke through the Prophet, like this or that or whatever, that he did not necessarily mean that you have to reject this or you have to accept that. So what I'm saying is one can accept the Quran as an original pure document. One can be devoted to the Quran, and one can, on certain issues, have come to different conclusions. I know that's true because in the history of India, sometimes certain people who in their own mind, whatever the truth is, God knows, but in their own mind were devoted Muslims who were giving everything to God, and they were killed because their views were considered to be heretical. So all I'm saying is that there is an objective historical fact which does not exclude the possibility that God was acting through this group and not that group. I'm not even going there.
Sure. I just want to.
It's just not the fact that everyone in history that ever fell in love with the Quran and devoted their life to it came to exactly the same conclusion about all the topics we're discussing. That's a historical fact.
I've granted you that already.
I want to just make the point that I want to make earlier. So people can have very fanciful, totally wrong, unjustified interpretations of the Quran, even though it has no basis for it. And this happened throughout history. and they were rejected by the Muslim scholarship. So the point you're making as an objective historical truth is those people who, for whatever reason, either through political alliance or through their kind of, interactions with other faith communities, they wanted to interpret the Quran differently. They have done so, and they have been rejected by the Muslim scholarship. But that's not my point either. The point I want to make is about the Quran, the way it describes God, or describes itself as an author of the Quran, as author, the creator of the cosmos, is consistently saying that throughout human history, the Quran, the creator of this universe has talked to people through prophets and messengers, through warners, through agents. We call them prophets, of course, to tell them exactly who the creator is and who the creator is not in terms of his qualities and attributes. People have got them wrong throughout human history many times. If I may finish my point.
Yeah, I'm kind of taking the question here.
So no, what I'm saying is, if you look at the Vedas, now the Vedas describe, in fact, it comes to my mind in the very beginning of some of the shlokas, it talks about like the creation of the cosmos, or the universe. And whoever the authors are of the Vedas, if you consider them to be inspired, or if this is a revealed part of knowledge from the creator, it shouldn't say something like, who knows who created? Whether God created or God didn't create.
No. That verse you're quoting, I think you've really taken out of context. But
do you want to explain that to me? Because I found that very...
We're not talking to each other.
No.
And I'll explain why we're not talking to each other.
But Howard, if I may, so the scriptural discussion we can leave for another program, because I think we're going...
Because I think, frankly, and I'll just say one little thing.
We'd love to have you on again, but because we've already 3 hours in,
right.
and I think we'd love to have another scriptural session with you.
In that case, we can leave that.
Let's leave it here
later.
Yeah.
But the other point I think needs to be addressed, as you said, it wasn't addressed. The issues about communication between two parties. If they're not similar, you cannot communicate.
If they're absolutely different. I say not similar. If they're absolutely different, they can't.
One of the things Quran says in Surah Ar-Rahman, one chapter called Surah Ar-Rahman, that God is most merciful. Ar-Rahmanu 'allama al-Quran, khalaqa al-insan, 'allamahu al-bayan, that He created, or He taught people the speech, or the rhetoric, the eloquence. This bayan is about what you're talking about, communication. So it was because of the mercy of our Creator, He has endowed with, or given us, the ability to communicate, to understand communication from God. So
that's what I said. That's what I said. God mercifully shares, because God possesses infinite linguistic ability. And He shares a little bit of His own.
Not shares. Okay, so that's the difference. That's the difference.
God gives us His mercy.
Yeah, but really, if I, for example, let's say you know something. Let's say you know how to play cricket, and you teach me how to play cricket. You share it. It seems we're just quibbling over words, because
no, we're not. Because the reason we're not.
What Brother Mansur just said.
Yes.
Is that God, out of His mercy,
taught us, instilled in us, taught.
But if you say instilled, taught,
it's a big difference. It's a big difference.
It's not the same, Howard. Come on, it is not the same.
If God has something, and He instills it in me, He just shared it with me.
No. Okay, so the Revelation says,
Can I read the definition of the word share?
No, it's not share. Actually, He taught Adam the words. That's what it says. He taught Adam the words, which means it's
just share.
Right, but it's not. No, but this matters, because you and I, or us on here, and the learned audience here, understand the difference when we speak about it. But the lay people, when they hear the word shared, and then we have the idea of the soul being instilled, you can see how misunderstanding can arrive at very easily, saying, "Oh, God is in me. I'm part of God." And then you have all of these splinter groups that you have within the other sects of Hinduism. And we can see... Exactly. And so to avoid that misunderstanding, the Quran is very, very explicit. It says Allah taught, and he uses the word taught specifically. It doesn't say shared. Instilled is my word.
I read you, well, first of all, obviously the revelation didn't come in English, but here is a definition of the word share: to tell someone about something. The English word share can mean to tell someone about something. And so also I have to say that you see, here's my conviction very briefly. I believe as a historian, and I'm not presuming to say what the correct reading of the Quran is. I'm not presuming, and you know, that's your job, not my job. I'm just saying, I believe that if the prophet had come and given his revelation, and if it had been completely safe for people to give their interpretations of what they thought the Quran meant, and if that, and it had not been dangerous, as it was in India, for example. I know Indian history, it was very dangerous in India to cross certain interpretive lines. So I think that the uniformity that, like someone said, all Muslim scholars, I'm not sure if someone is a Muslim scholar in a Muslim country, teaching in a Muslim university, and is completely convinced, let's say 500 years ago, say whatever, that, well, I think this word actually can mean that. And if that goes against the orthodoxy, I would like to study that. I would like to, I am interested in Islam.
Let's discuss this. I agree. Let's discuss this.
I would like to speak to someone. If you could bring someone, a scholar, because I don't believe that all Muslim scholars in history had exactly the same view. I think that's not true historically. And if you declare anyone who is a heretic as not a real Muslim, then of course, then all the Muslim scholars agree. And I'm not saying what is the real Islam. That's not, I can't say that. But what I would like to talk, I'd like to talk to a scholar who actually knows the whole history.
We can arrange that. We know them. We can arrange that for you.
And to see, like, and because can you really claim that there was never a case where someone who thought that he or she was a Muslim scholar?
Okay, so Howard, surprisingly, let me finish saying, Brother Hashim. So surprisingly, this is a topic that is utmost agenda item number 1 as the very first lesson of every student that goes in on, is the Quran the word of God? Right. So this is not something that we avoid. This is something, and we have scholars.
That's a different issue. That's a different issue.
No.
But you see, you're not addressing my point.
No. I am. I'm going to get to it. Let me get to it.
I'll tell you why you're not. And forgive me. But let me say one thing. What I'm saying is that history shows there have been people who believe the first thing you learn, that the Quran is the word of God.
No. You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish, please, with all respect. So, because this is a topic of very high importance, every scholar is taught how to validate it, not just believe it blind free, but validate who narrated it. So we have several sciences that have been born out, and our brother Mansur here is actually somewhat of an expert in this, of how to validate that the Quran actually is the Quran, right? And it's a deep science. It's a deep science.
But did the prophet give those sciences?
He laid out the rules of how to. Interpretation was given at the time as well.
No. But what I'm saying is, you have a Sunni. It seems to me, in the way you describe this, it goes straight from God to Gabriel to the prophet to us, and the Sunni.
Yes, it does. But it does.
But historically,
because we have chains of narration that prove. Okay, look, this is a different discussion. And Brother Mansur can.
Let's speak about scriptures in the next show.
The prophet, as far as I know, did not give all the details.
He did.
Of the interpretive prophet.
He gave enough. There was enough.
Yeah, let me just say one thing. Listen, Howard, I think it's undeniable that as I think we've already agreed, that there have been differences over time. But I just want to ask you a question to see if I know you haven't said it, but if this is your belief, do you believe if the prophet, peace be upon him, existed at this time, that he would confirm your theology?
Oh my God, I don't think I can speak for the prophet, but I will say this. that the Sunni, the very notion of Sunni, is that in any human society, Islam, Vaishnava, any human society, atheist, people have different views. And therefore,
we agree with that. Yeah,
my understanding is that the Sunni view was that you need a community of the faithful, of the blessed. You need that community to keep things on track.
The Ummah. Yes.
Yeah, the Ummah, exactly. So therefore, and I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying there is an element where through history there is Ummah, there is a community of people who are accepted by other people as, understanding, having a right understanding, and they establish orthodoxy, or they preserve it, or they protect it, or they revert to it, whatever you want to say. Mm-hmm. And they declare certain views, as the Ummah has been doing since the beginning. They declare certain views to be heretic views. And so I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm only saying...
No, we agree. So let's leave it there. Let's open up the line for questions. We've got two or three people waiting.
Sorry.
Howard, first of all, no, with all respect, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. It's been an extremely beneficial show for all of us. And we appreciate your civility and honesty and candidness as well. So thank you so much.
Really appreciate your patience.
And your patience. You've been sat there for so long.
No break.
I was going to say the same to you. I mean, I'm amazed that you're letting me get away with all this. But
this for me, it's a hobby. I mean, for me, I love this sort of stuff, which is why we do what we do. But we like to share, and monologues are useless, right? So no point in the three of us getting on here talking to ourselves. It doesn't help. Right, so the fact that you came on really make it wonderful. So let's bring the first guest on.
Yeah. Right. So we got Lord of Nation here. Lord, do you want to state where you're from, or maybe what we can call you, your name, and of course your question. Yeah, you're muted, by the way.
Yeah, you have to unmute your mic to speak.
Yeah, am I audible now?
You are. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm from India, but my English is little weak, so I will try my best. But
No
so actually I was trying.
By the way, before you start, I just want to say, really appreciate you having the patience. I know in India it's like 4 a.m. or even 4:30 or something.
Exactly.
So really appreciate your patience.
So actually,
I haven't got work in the morning. Wow. Thank you. Please ask your question. Thank you.
Yeah. I was actually trying to answer to the question which that Mr. Jake asked that regarding the God and the matter. Okay. I was saying that his question, as far as I remember, this question was how does what was this question? I just forgot.
My question about matter, but that was quite a while ago. Was if it's created, basically what is its relationship with God? Because he doesn't create it out of nothing, creation ex nihilo, and he doesn't also create it from other existing matter. It comes from him. So
exactly,
what's the relationship between matter and God, basically?
Yeah. So in the Vaishnava tradition, we have that the Lord exists in three forms. One is personal, Brahman, and the third thing is Paramatma. So when we are saying the matter comes from the God, it is not from God, but God's energy, which is called Brahman. It's like, sun is the Lord, and the sunshine is the energy. So it is from the Brahman, or the Lord's energy, from which the entire matter is, what is that? Matlab, utta hai, matlab, aata hai, comes into existence.
Emanates, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, emanates. Yeah, so it is not like it comes from directly from the Lord. It is from the, like, you can use the analogy of sun and the sunshine. It comes from the sunshine in terms of Brahman, like that. In other words, the entire this creation of matter is nothing but Brahman alone.
Yeah, but I mean, this creates now a philosophical problem and a theological problem, right? Which I think
what?
Well, everything is God. I mean, this is a monism.
Not
right?
see, so not everything is God. Like, I mean, it is arising from the God's energy, Brahman. Like it is, you cannot say everything is sun. It is arising from sunlight. You see, sunlight and sun are not same, right?
Well, no, I mean, it's a bad
They're
analogy. I'm sorry,
different.
it's a bad analogy because it's at the end of the day, the sun we know will fade out because of the photons it's releasing.
See, it is at least, more at max. I can take you the more. I mean, the most, सबसे सामने. It is like it is the most,
The most obvious, you're saying, right?
yeah, the most, yeah, but it will obviously not be compatible with the something which is divine, right?
No, exactly, and I agree, and I think this is this is why when we had the discussion with Howard, we said let's talk about this philosophically. Let's not try and bring analogies in. Let's talk about how is matter eternal, yet part of God, yet not God.
Matter. When you say matter, I want to ask you, what do you mean by matter? Is it does it mean molecules?
We're
or
using the
atoms?
word. I mean, I would like to ask Howard. I mean, what was the definition of matter? Because this was how you phrased it.
See, let me say you what I understand. See, as far as matter goes, I can say you the matter consists of atoms and all these things, right? Atoms, neutrons, and all these things. Am I right till here?
Yeah.
Well, look, it's physics. I mean, but this is it. You're talking about the physics of matter. We're talking about we're talking about the
Ontology,
origination. We're talking about the origination of that.
I'm taking you, into that only. See, when you break the matters, it is going to be broken into only atoms, electrons, and all this. And further you break down, it will again break into subatomic particles.
Okay, so we have particles. Okay, fine, wonderful. We have particles, we have waves, we have maybe strings. I don't really care.
Particle is not the end. The end is again the quantum field theory. Like all the atoms, neutrons are nothing but field. And again,
doesn't matter.
It is,
no, irrelevant.
again,
okay, even the look, brother,
sir,
please.
Sir, please, sir. Let me complete, sir, please.
What I want to say is, let me finish. So whether it's a quantum field,
yes,
whether it's a quantum energy, a quantum, how does Krauss say, a vacuum? The bottom line is, we're asking, how does this relate when Dr. Howard Resnick said,
sir,
matter originates from God?
Sir, just give me 2 minutes. See, at the end, you will say, how is it? You will know, sir, how it is.
But please, go ahead. Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, yes, sir. So, sir, when I'm saying field theory, there was a lecture which I saw in the YouTube that was called Royal Society of London channel. David Long's video of quantum field theory. If you go through that video, he literally says at the end of the video that maybe all the quantum fields are nothing but, it is just, there is something called grand unified theory, that it is only.
I watched it. Yes, I'm familiar with that. I watched it. Yes.
Yeah. So it is coming from one alone. It is appearing as many, but it is coming from one thing alone. That one thing is alone the Brahman, which I'm trying to refer. That from one thing, it is the entire thing has been projected. But that source of Brahman is from Shri Krishna.
Okay. So with all due respect, this is a scientist or several scientists, after they've been banging particles around in CERN for a few years, they arrived at this idea. It's an idea. It's not proven, and it's still open to.
But you cannot. But still, you cannot reject that idea, right? It may be true. We do not know.
But then I can reject Brahman. It may be true. It may not be. You see, this is the problem. When you use science to do this, you actually ruin your theology.
See, there is a theory of sir. One second, sir. Sir, there is actually a theory of grand unified theory. That is what I'm referring. That maybe all the quantum fields, all these are coming from one field alone. That is what grand unification.
Yeah, but what is the field? That doesn't really answer the question of where matter came from.
Exactly, that Brahman, that is I'm trying to refer to as Brahman. That is alone the God's energy.
So from God's energy, is God's energy God, or is it not?
Well, that's circular reasoning. Yeah, that's circular reasoning there.
See, sunlight can never be sun.
I'd like Howard to come in here, please, if I may. So Howard, if you could explain, because you're the expert here, what exactly did you mean when you said this?
When I said what?
When you said that matter is eternally present and part of God, or part of God.
Yeah, I was just quoting from the Bhagavad Gita.
Okay.
Which is, the go-to book. And Krishna says that literally, Bhumirapo analo vayu kangmano buddhirevacha, earth, water, air, fire, ether, and etc. This is my binna prakriti. This is my separated energy, my separated creation. And then also I mentioned in the I'm trying to give you, I'm kind of like you guys in the sense that, I have what I believe is a revealed text. And
look, all we're asking is because Jake asked the question on the back of that.
Yeah. So let me read you. Actually, if I could just read you just real quickly, I have it right here in front of me. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, this is text 9.4, and when he's kind of talking about the issues that Jake was so really brilliantly getting after. Maya tatamidang sarvam jagadavyaktamurtina, that I pervade this universe in my unmanifested form. So it's not a manifested form. It's not a physical form. He calls it avyaktamurti, an unmanifested form. And then he says that matstani sarva bhutani, all creatures stand in me, but I am not in them. Then he says all creatures are not in me. Pashyame yogam aishwaram. Behold my my omnipotent mystic power. And so he's saying that it's obviously a paradox. And what Jake was getting at, I think, and I think he was getting at he was saying, well, this, seems it's paradoxical. And of course, if a paradox can't be resolved, it just turns into a plain contradiction. And so what I was arguing is that, no, it's a paradox. Oh my God, 1 second. Let me
save by the bell.
So what Krishna is recognizing, God, I hope you don't have as many telemarketers in England. But what Krishna
we do. Yeah.
Oh my God. So what Krishna is recognizing, he's actually bringing right out to the surface the paradox by using apparently contradictory language that all beings stuff, which we get the English word stand, or all beings are situated in me, but they're not in me. And so he's using that. I mean, if you see how paradox is used in literature, in sacred texts, it's to force us to it's like a speed bump. It's like a literary speed bump. You have to slow down and really understand that you're in new territory here. This is not what you're used to. And so as far as matter, Krishna's relationship to matter, where he just says binna, it's separate from me. It's separate from me. But with souls, it's different, but they're not God. I mean, they're absolutely not God. So I think we really went over this a lot, and Jake, and also, and Brother Muhammad, all of it. I thought you brought out really excellent points, and we kind of talked about it.
Yeah, I also want to add one point. Can I just add, if you don't?
Go
mind?
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was also wanted to answer that soul and God, which you were asking earlier. Yeah, so no, I was actually typing in the chat box. So I was saying the soul, you can actually take an analogy as drop of ocean, a drop of a drop in the ocean, but the Lord as an infinite ocean. Although the both are same in the quality, but quantitatively it is infinite, but it is limited. The drop is limited. The essence is same. Both the drop and the ocean is water.
Yeah, we discussed that many times, actually.
Yeah, both. Others says that
you believe God is inside you, a small drop of a.
I won't say. See, the term which you are using.
Quantity, quality, not the quantity.
No. The quality means what? The soul. See, the idea has to change from the human as a soul to the soul has a body.
I can tell you what Krishna says about being inside.
Do you understand? Sir, 1 second, sir. Let me say 1 second.
Yeah, but I think, but if you're talking about the Bhagavad Gita, then we can just see what Krishna says.
Because Krishna says he's Ansh. We are Ansh. We are Ansh. We are Ansh. We are Ansh.
No, that's not actually the word he used. Yeah, Ansh. Yeah, Ansh means a part.
Yes,
but directly to that question of Krishna says in the Gita that he says Ishvara, which is interesting. Ishvara sarva bhutanam hridaya arjuna tishtati.
Yes.
Which means that the Lord, Ishvara, means the Lord is in the heart of all beings. And he also says in the Gita, he also says that, he says that in many places that everything, I'm in, that Sarvasya Shaham Hri Sannivishta, that I'm situated in the heart of everyone. And again, he doesn't mean that he's physically like your liver, your kidney. He means that, I mean, that sense that we all have, that if you go to the deepest, deepest core of your heart, that you get in touch with the highest truth. It's that somehow, you know, I mean, so I think it's intelligible in almost any religion to say, you know, in my heart, God is telling me something. And so that's what Krishna is referring to.
Yeah. I was actually trying to say that to Mr. Hashim sir. I was actually trying to say to you that when you said no, that we have the soul, it is wrong statement. Rather say it that we soul have this human body. That would make much sense.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't get the last part.
Yeah,
he's basically saying that we are our soul, and so we
exactly
are the soul. So as an identity, you're the soul.
Exactly, we are the soul having the body.
So in Sanskrit or Hindi, I think they call it Atma. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
So your soul is the Atma. And
no, not my soul. I am the Atma.
Oh, you are the Atma. Soul. Okay, so without your Maya, you're the Atma. So
yeah,
Maya without the Maya, I am the Atma. Exactly.
The Sanskrit.
With Maya, I'm this body.
If you could just give me a second.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. The actual, I'm trying to give you, I mean, to the actual words from the Gita, because I don't think, you know, we can claim to know more about than the Gita, at least those who claim to be Hindus. And that is, Krishna uses the words deha, which means body, and the word dehi, which means the embodied, the one who has the body. Similarly, he uses the word sharira, which means body, and shariri, which, anyway, in Sanskrit grammar means the one who has the body. So those are the words Krishna, I mean, the word Atma is used frequently in the Bhagavad Gita, mean the soul. And when Krishna really wants to focus in on a soul who's in this world inside a body, kind of making a fool of himself, then he uses the word dehi, the embodied one, or meaning the soul, or Atma, and so on. Or sometimes also, this goes back to Sankhya philosophy, the word Purusha, which literally means person, but it often, in Sankhya jargon, it's used to mean the soul, but especially the soul in this world, as opposed to, there's another word, the Muktatma, the liberated souls in the spiritual realm.
So this Atma, is it the same essence as the Brahman?
Not the Brahman, but Shri Krishna.
Yeah, that's the big point in the Upanishads, that Brahman is, and this is what Jake was kind of pressing me on, very appreciated that Brahman is the spiritual nature. It's the nature. So, for example, Krishna refers to himself in the Gita, or actually Arjuna refers to Krishna as Parang Brahma, the supreme Brahman. So we are ordinary Brahman, and Krishna is the supreme Brahman, the supreme. Krishna is also often referred to and refers to himself as Paramatma, the supreme soul.
Okay, I think that's understandable. So we again come down to quantity and quality, isn't it?
No,
so it's
so
the
exactly.
same quality.
And also function, but not merely quantity, because, for example, I mean, you could interpret dependence and independence as quantity of power, but you could say it's qualitatively. You could also say that, for example, that it's quantity, but also the Lord is the Lord, and we are the servants of the Lord.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's how you differentiate between the quantity, because a drop is not an ocean, and the ocean is not a drop. Similarly,
the drop is not. I mean, but you wouldn't say that the drop is a servant.
No, but the essence is same, right? Both the drop and the ocean has the essence.
That's exactly my question. Was the essence of Brahman and the essence of your Atma, is that the same? If it is the same, then where does the identity lie? You know,
the identity lies in that there's a fundamental qualitative difference between Atma and Paramatma, between Brahman and Param Brahman. There's and because one is God, one is the Lord, and the other, and you could say that one of the attributes of being God, as opposed to an ordinary souls, is to have infinite power, infinite knowledge. but the relationship is fundamentally different. One is the servant, one is the master. So, for example, let's say if you
are they basically same essence, two different identities? Is that what you're saying?
There are two identities. You are not God, and God is not you.
Okay, good. So that's how the distinction is. That's understandable. So when you say same essence, that's where I get confused.
But not same essence. Well, how should I put it?
Can I explain it?
They're both H2O. They're both water.
The nation would just
both.
Please just allow me to do this.
Yeah, let Howard
Lord of Nation. I mean, look, Dr. Howard Resnick is actually a world leading expert on this. So
yes, sir.
I'd appreciate if you'd let him answer the question. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I'm sorry. Sir. Apologies.
No problem. Have a great Brahma Muhurta. That's the early morning. So it's I can see how I use the word essence to be used in a confusing way. If I say, for example, my essence is like me, who I really am, then obviously you can't share that essence because I'm me and you're not me and I'm not you. So I don't share your essence. So if we use the word essence that way, then no, we're not the same essence. If we say essence in a qualitative way, like for example, you say the ocean is essentially salt water with different minerals and the drop is essentially salt water. So in that sense, you could say it's I'm essentially this and you're essentially that, but not essence in the sense that I am you or you are me. But the point I wanted to make here is that let's say I work in a company and you're my boss, and you don't need me, but I really need you. So I don't think that relationship can be reduced down to a quantitative difference. I mean, you could say quantity of power. You could talk about it in terms of quantity of power, but you have fundamentally a different position.
Authority is different. You're right.
Yeah. Well, we don't.
That's all you're saying. They're different authority. That's all. But the essence is still same. It's human and human, isn't it? And that's you see the identity is different. The essence is same. The authority is different, and that makes us different in a way.
That God is God. I mean, to be God is a big deal.
I mean, between me and my boss or something. So
but
different same essence, but different authority and different identity. But in the case of Atman and Brahman, it seems like it's the only difference because you said the essence is same at one point, and then you're saying it can be different. And it seems to be contradictory from your response. That's all I'm getting basically.
I'll clarify that. No, it's fine. We're having fun. In terms of Atma and Brahman, which is the big topic of the Upanishads, and the conclusion is that it's the same thing. Here's how I'd explain it. Atma means the self, which means being the seat of an individual personal consciousness. It's like the American psychologist William James said that we have no experience of consciousness that doesn't belong to somebody. And so there is no consciousness was just kind of floating around.
Yeah.
And so you are a person. You are an individual, unique, spiritual person. And so if you say, how would you describe what you're made of or something, that's Brahman. Brahman is kind of like, to speak somewhat crudely, what you're made of. You're Brahman. But if you say, what is Brahman? Brahman is an eternal person. And so they're really they're two words just describing different aspects of the same person. The substance.
Did you just say same person?
Yeah, because you are Brahman.
Atman and Brahman is the same person.
Yeah.
No, Atma and Brahman are not same. Brahman is the energy of Shri Krishna.
It is the same person, the same identity then.
See, Atma and Brahman, if you say same, then it is Advaita.
No. Advaita means deny. No, you got that all wrong. If you would allow me to do my job, Lord of Nation, the Advaita position is to deny that there are two categories, Brahman and Param Brahman, ordinary Brahman and supreme Brahman. That's the impersonalism. That is the Advaita. If you say there are two different categories of Brahman or Atma, there's an Atma and there's a Paramatma, then obviously it's not monism because we have two different categories here. And those categories are recommended in Vaishnavism as fundamental categories, different. In fact, the word for a fundamental ontological category, there's a word for it in Sanskrit, which is tattva. And so if you want to see what the ontology is, you have to track the word tattva. Tat is that, just add an H and it's English. Tat is that, demonstrative pronoun. And twa means, like English, nest, thatness, or the condition of being that. And so it means a real thing. So tattva is a fundamental category of real things. So for example, there's Vishnu tattva, which means God. Like there's a fundamental, separate ontological category, which is God. You know, there's only one member of that
So
set.
we got one Paramatma and many Atma. Have I got that right?
Yes, they're innumerable tiny souls. So there's the jiva. Jiva means living, like a living being.
Yeah.
So a jiva tattva, so a common term in the Vaishnava jargon is jiva tattva, the ontological category of jiva, a soul. You, me, all individual souls, we're jiva. There is a separate, different category, which is Vishnu tattva, the God category.
No,
And so
that I understand. That's why I called it Paramatma. So the God
Yes.
category is Paramatma, and everything else, all the other souls are the Atma. Am I right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because once you attain moksha, this Atma merges with the Paramatma. So now where is the identity?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't merge.
Is that Advaita? Is that have I got it mixed up?
Yeah, exactly. It is Advaita.
Okay, so that's Advaita. Okay.
No,
Not Vaishnava.
what the Vaishnavas teach is that you go to the spiritual world, that you actually have a spiritual form, a spiritual body.
Okay.
And so yes, you never.
Where do you go, by the way?
What's that?
Just to clarify, where do you go? Do you merge with the Paramatma, or you go somewhere else?
There's no merging.
There's no merging. Okay, because the thing is, because I think that's the reason we had so many different, series of Hinduism, because like we have to understand the Advaita, we have to understand the Vaishnavas, and maybe next the Shaivas as well. And they all call themselves Hindus. That's why we have this under the umbrella of Hinduism.
Can I just explain
let me give you briefly a history of the word Hindu. The word Hindu is a mispronunciation of the word Sindhu. In ancient times, there's a river. Actually, it's still there. The Pakistani province of Sindh comes from the Sanskrit word Sindhu, which is a river.
And so, Doctor, we've heard this before. So, in the interest of time,
I'm going to bring in some more guests.
So Lord of Nation, thank you.
Lord of Nation have the.
Thank you for coming along.
Because he's been waiting long.
Yeah.
Go on, Lord of Nation, finish it.
Yeah, sir. I was just asking. I have heard many times that Abrahamic faiths have, a problem with idol worshipping. Can you just say that?
Okay, really simply, we believe Trinitarian Christianity has idolatry in it.
No. I mean, we consider creation as divine.
The Hindu.
Right.
No, but you're asking me. Okay, sorry. What was the question again?
I'm asking that we consider the creation as divine, because it is all emerging from Brahman. So do you consider that?
You need to identify or define the term divine for us to answer that question. What is your understanding of the term divine?
It is like, let's say it is something which emanates emanates from the Lord. The Lord is divine. So in the sense that, let's say a sun and both the sunlight and the sun both carries heat. I mean the essence, both of them are carrying the heat. The creator sun and the creation sun.
Same essence, basically. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, we would never accept that they have the God and anything in creation has the same essence.
Why
you say that and you worship something that is created and say it has the essence of God, this is totally unacceptable for us. This is just blasphemy.
No, because let's say in the sun, if the sun is the creator, sunlight is the creation, then don't you think both of them carries the heat? Maybe the sun.
No, you're missing the point. We would never say.
So much. We went over this so much. Perhaps there are other questions.
Yeah,
that
we spent.
Yeah, so Lord of Nation, you should listen to the earlier part of the program because we spent a good 20-25 minutes talking about this.
Okay, sir.
He was busy
Sorry, sir.
typing in the chat.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Apologize.
I'm going
Thank you
to
for
bring the next guest in.
So, Lord of Nation, thank you for staying up. We appreciate your
Yeah.
patronage. Thank you.
Please watch the stream again when you wake up in the morning. Or in the afternoon.
You take care of
Ahmed, assalamu alaikum.
Probably be in the afternoon.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Ahmed.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. How are you guys? Doc Howard, nice meeting you. Very, very engaging conversation. I wanted to ask Dr. Howard, since you're well read into the Greek philosophy and the Hindu tradition. I remember reading that ever since, by the time Alexander the Great invaded northern India, a lot of changes happened to the culture there because of the Greco-Indian kingdoms that existed in the northern parts of India. One of the problems as Muslims we have with the idea of theology of other religions is anthropomorphism. We reject anthropomorphism in all shapes or forms. We don't perform analogy on to what God is or what his actions or attributes are. We follow whatever the Creator tells us in his revelation. So isn't there a change in the Hindu, and I'm asking, I'm not positing, I'm not claiming there is. Isn't there a change in the way Hindu thought was pre and post Alexander the Great? I know for a fact Buddhism, before Alexander the Great, would represent the Buddha as a lotus, no statues, pre-Alexander the Great. Post-Alexander the Great, the statues came in and then the anthropomorphism came in. So does that apply for the Hinduism? For Hinduism?
That's really a good question. I mean, I admire the question.
Thank you.
You've done your Bactrian studies. So it's what Ahmed, brother Ahmed,
yes.
what he's referring to, I think, is that of course we all know Alexander conquered a little bit northeastern India, and there was a Greco-Bactrian kingdom in what is now Pakistan and parts of maybe Gujarat. And so yeah, fascinating. And of course, the Greeks were, I think, the world masters of realistic sculpture, anthropomorphic sculpture. And it is a fact, as Ahmed said, that the first lifelike sculptures we have, anatomically lifelike sculptures we have of the Buddha, come from Greek converts to Buddhism.
And then before that, the Buddha was a lotus, the flower, not the representation.
Symbolic representations. Although we know that Buddha wasn't just like a lotus with 2 arms and 2 legs. He was actually a form, but they didn't represent him that way.
So to answer the question, was that a corruption or not?
No. But Doc didn't answer my question, Doc.
No, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. First,
sorry.
I'm just appreciating your knowledge of that stuff.
I'm just a guy at a place, Doc.
Okay. One very important thing to understand in order to get at your question is that Buddhism, when it was still in India, when it was flourishing in India, was much more diverse than it became later. You know, we tend to think of Hinayana or Mahayana, but actually, when Buddhism was in India, it was much more diverse. For example, there was one group of Buddhists. I'm sorry, Buddhism was there was a group of, and this gets to your whole thing about worshiping a person and all that, taking the scenic road here. So there was one group called the Pudgalavadis. That means just the Pudgal advocates, who said that there must be, and they were very influential in northern India in some of the early centuries of Buddhism, that there must be a soul or something like a soul, because otherwise who gets the karma? Because the Buddhists all believed in karma, and how could you get karma if you don't exist? And so Buddha famously did not speak about metaphysics. He refused. He didn't deny God. He didn't deny the soul. Sermon number 2. This is like sermon number 2, day 2, the grand opening of Buddhism in the Deer Park. And Buddhism gives a sermon which is officially called the Sermon on the Non-Existence of the Soul. And Buddha doesn't say there's no soul. He just says the soul is not the body. It's not the material mind. It's just, the end. That's all, folks. And so if you look at, for example, if you look at Buddhism in East Asia, say in Japan or China, where they definitely have these little murtis, these little deities, they do their puja. So you would have to see, like, do those, like, is that Greek influence all the way in Japan? Or is it, I think that, I'll tell you why I would argue that it didn't come from the Greeks. Because we seem to have evidence of Hindu type puja, with all the full-blown horrendous anthropomorphism. We seem to have something like that mentioned in early texts. I think it wasn't nearly as prominent as it became later in Hinduism, but something like that is there. And then if you look at the fate of Buddhism in India, it gradually basically got absorbed into Vaishnavism. And so as far as saying that, the Hindus got from the Greeks the idea of worshiping a murti, there are mentions of murtis in ancient texts. Murti means like the visible form. And in fact, there's one, and last point I'll make on this, that my doctoral dissertation actually on Harvard, which is, often the only thing you really know about in your field. But anyway, because then you stop reading books. But my doctoral dissertation was on this, a group of Vaishnavas called Vaikanasas, who are mentioned in the Rig Veda.
Professor,
Yes.
may I interject, please? I want to clarify. I didn't say Hinduism did do this. I am asking, this is my question, Professor. The same way, by analogy, Buddhism changed. If you talk to a Buddhist pre the Greek, Bactrian civilization and post, they have different views about what God is. If we posit a thought experiment, if you talk to a Hindu priest pre-Alexander, and then another Hindu priest post-Alexander, was the delta, the difference between them, how big is it? What differences?
That's what I was trying to explain.
Okay, sorry, okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I was actually directly addressing that point. Perhaps being a little glib, but I was addressing that point. So
I apologize, Doc.
No problem. What's up, Doc? Right. So the point is that the Vaikanasas are an enigma because they worship the visible deities. They do the puja to the deities, but they're also a very ancient Vedic group. They're mentioned in the Rig Veda. They're mentioned in the oldest Sanskrit texts, and they're mentioned everywhere. They're very ancient. In fact, that's why my advisor at Harvard wanted me to translate one of their ancient texts, because they were an anomaly in the sense that they're very ancient, but they worship deities. They worship these anthropomorphic deities. And so therefore, because of groups like that, I would say that if you asked a priest post-Alexander or pre-Alexander, I tend to think that pre-Alexander would not be absolutely iconoclastic or like no visible form. And again, to understand what Hindus think they're doing, of course, I would say most people in every religion don't think very much. But at least, Hindu philosophers, what they think they're doing is that it gets into your ontology. What do you think matter is? Because do you think that matter can become a via media for God? Like, for example, when Moses saw a burning bush that didn't consume itself. And then, God says to Moses, you're on holy ground, take your sandals off and so on, I am that I am. And so you have in the Old Testament, and I have absolutely no idea, what Islamic scholars say about this, but we do find in the Old Testament, anthropomorphic, like God comes before Moses in what appears to be a somewhat anthropomorphic form, and then says, because you're not perfect yet, you can't see me. God appears as a burning bush. And so the question really is, can God appear in his own energy? Can God transform matter to spirit? Or it gets into all kinds of ontological questions. I think it's a very deep philosophical issue. And it would be wrong to say that, let's say, the Vaishnavas are just kind of pre-philosophical people that haven't even figured out that God isn't a material form. So that's not what's going on. I think there's a very keen awareness that God doesn't have a material body. There's a very keen awareness that the so-called deity is physical, it is material, and that's a paradox. And so how does God manifest? How did God manifest in the burning bush? How does he manifest in deity form? it's the subject of a lot of very sophisticated philosophy, and it's, so at least for the philosophers, it's not just some stupid thing like, do you really think that this physical thing is God? It's not quite that stupid.
So Professor, just to summarize on my end, in an Islamic perspective, the idea of what a God is has not changed for us. When you were going with the brothers talking about, the different divisions in Islam, we have something called Aqidah, which is the doctrine, and jurisprudence, fiqh. Aqidah, the doctrine, is immutable. It's the same for all Muslims, which is the properties and actions of God. And if you posit the same thought experiment I gave you, for an Islamic perspective, someone at the first century of the Hijrah, or let's say 100 years after the Prophet, peace be upon him, and then 500 years, asking about the actions of God, the attributes of God, the nature of God, the answer is the same. I claim that.
I claim that is true. What you're saying is true if one believes certain things. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying that I'm simply saying this. Because Islam was so attractive, because it was such a powerful historical force, because the Quran made such a deep impression on so many people, therefore, many people in different times and different places had different interpretations. The Sunni or the Ummah, there was a community which, by whatever historical means, I'm not saying they're wrong or they're right, I'm just saying there was a historical process by which a group of people were recognized as authority. Could be a large number of people, could be millions of people. It's not just necessarily a tiny little group, but a group of people accepted themselves and accept each other as having the correct understanding, and those who disagreed were considered to be outside that community. Now, if you believe that the people that had the power to define orthodoxy and heresy, they had it right, and I'm not commenting on that. I'm not judging that. But if you believe that they got it right, then you believe that every true Muslim agrees. If you think that they didn't always get it right, then it turns out there was a large number of people that did disagree and did have a different view, but they were by various means placed outside the historical Muslim community. Now, maybe the Muslims got it right, and they had good reasons to place them outside. But at least and the same thing happened in my tradition. My tradition is full of heresies. I mean, I could say just as much as you can that every true Vaishnava agrees, and we do say that. Historically, many people.
Howard, let me ask you this question: Do you consider
Brother Hashim? Can I just say something, because I have to go?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say, Howard, it was a pleasure discussing with you, and appreciated you guys having me on the stream for this dialogue. I think it was very beneficial. I learned a lot, and I just want to say thank you to everybody for that. But I am going to have to go. I
appreciate it, Jake. So thanks a lot for your time.
I apologize for that.
Thank you, Jake. It was a pleasure to meet you, and you're very intelligent, and I really enjoyed our talk.
Appreciate that. All right, guys, take care. Assalamu alaikum.
All right, see you again. Take care. Walaikum assalam. Right. So I was just going to ask, speaking of heretics, would you consider people who greatly differ, like, for example, the Advaita people who differ in your understanding of God and the concept of God, would your tradition consider them to be heretics?
Absolutely.
Okay, so just heretics, or basically not even Hindus?
Well, I mean, they are Hindus because, again, Hindu is a modern term.
Yeah, it's a big term.
It's like, for example, take an example. I mean, I remember studying at UCLA. There was a group of people, intellectuals, claiming to be Muslims, who were called Mu'tazila.
And they're definitely heretics.
Yeah, but here's the point. If someone is a faithful Muslim, they consider those people to be heretics, just like I consider the monist to be outside the true understanding. However, if by Hindu you mean a historical phenomenon, if I say Islamic history, I'm not talking about the true understanding of Islam.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about what God really told Muhammad through the prophet, through the angel, really told the prophet through the angel Gabriel. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about history. This is secular history that does not claim to know the ultimate truth of Islam. It's simply saying that historically there was a phenomenon. There was a person who became known as a prophet, and all kinds of things happened historically, which changed human history in many different ways. And you know, you can say that was God's revelation. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying you can talk about it inoffensively without, you know, offending anyone, simply as part of human history.
Okay.
And so,
all right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Brother Ahmed,
last sentence. So when you talk about it as human history, people like the Mu'tazila, who are not accepted as faithful Muslims, but still they're part of the history.
Yeah,
so
of course they are.
In the same way, you can talk about Hindu history. So if you take Hindu to mean not like Islam, but just something like the whole tradition of Judaism.
But the difference here is that we will not call them Muslims. However, you will still call your heretics Hindus. I know the term Hindu
no, because I'm not using the word Hindu.
Yes, that's what I was about to say that. Because the term Hindu is a broad term.
It's not more like Hindu is not the name of a religion. It's the name of a sort of a family of traditions that talk to each other. It's just like, for example, Muslims accept, as it was taught by a Muslim professor in LA, Muslims accept the Old and New Testament, although they see it through the lens of the Quran. And so when I say Hindu, I mean the whole history. I don't mean, when I say Hindu, I'm not talking about a historical ancient tradition. I'm talking about people who it's a socio-historical term.
Yeah. Okay.
So analogous to Muslim would be Vaishnava.
Yeah. Okay, I see. So, Brother Ahmed, Jazakallah khair, by the way, lovely view. Is that New York, by the way, if I remember correctly?
I'm walking. Yeah, you guys have been talking for so long. I'm in Manhattan, and I thought I'll take some exercise because, you know, we're indoors all day.
I can see the contrast in the weather where Howard is sitting and where you're sitting.
Where are you, Howard?
He's on the other side of the coast.
Oh my God! No, I come from a faraway land called Manhattan. Doc. That's right. But one last thing I want to leave you with, Professor, is this: something missing, or there's an assumption that is kind of invalid, maybe with an absence of malice on your behalf, which is that the revelation is only the Quran. We believe the Creator revealed the message in two formats: the Quran and the Messenger himself, called Sunnah.
I understand that.
So if you're trying to attribute everything to the book of the Quran, the prophets, peace be upon him, his life, his actions, it's called Sunnah. What actions he took, what he refrained from taking, that's involved in this too. This forms the doctrine, the Aqidah.
That was my point.
He did make this point, to be fair.
That's my whole point. I'm taking from a neutral standpoint. I'm not denying the revelation. I'm not affirming it. I'm just speaking as a neutral historian. I'm not claiming to judge Islam. I'm just saying that there is an element, there is a community. There's a community which obviously
a critical mass scholars. Let's say, not if you look at a Bell distribution curve, the outliers are going to be very small. These sects, 5% here and there.
However, a point I keep bringing up. First of all, structurally, not content, not theology, but structurally, we have exactly the same thing. But so we have the community. It's called Sangha, Satsanga. The Sangha is what you call Ummah, or I don't know the pronunciation, but but here's my point. You see, as a historian, I cannot help asking the question: to what extent was that remarkable uniformity achieved spontaneously by people for whom there was absolutely no political or physical danger in disagreeing? And to what extent was it imposed? So if it was the case, and I'm not saying that therefore that the Sunna is wrong. I'm not judging. I'm not saying that they got it wrong. That's not my point.
Sorry to interject here, Dr. Howard, but I think this point has already been covered during the stream.
Yeah.
So there's no point repeating it. But Jazakallah khair, Brother Ahmed. There are other people waiting, and we really have to close.
Hey, Ahmed, pleasure talking to you.
Thank you for the question.
Same here, time Professor.
See
Come
you
out to
again,
New York.
inshallah.
Salam.
Walaikum.
Right, we got Brother Ali here. He's been waiting for quite a while. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Ali.
Walaikum salam. Can you hear me, brothers?
Yes, I can. Right.
I love
Okay.
I think it's
Nice
great
meeting.
you guys get these great. I think it's great you have these names, from the tradition.
So, Sir Howard, I would like to ask you a question regarding the Hindu concept of hereafter, because there was a person working in my home. He was Hindu as well. So I used to ask him about the concept of the hereafter, and he gave me this concept of the 7 lives. So is this concept present in Hinduism?
Hinduism, maybe in the what we call Shastra. Shastra means scripture, like authoritative scripture. So no, it's there's all kinds of Hindu ideas which are not strictly speaking. I mean, Hindus are great people. I love them. But for example, I have a common experience. Well, I'll give a lecture to a Hindu audience, and they'll say, well, in the Bhagavad Gita it says, and actually it doesn't. So no, we, ironically, we have a lot in common. I mean, not everything, obviously, there are obvious differences, but we are very, 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 very serious about the scripture, about what Krishna actually says in the Bhagavad Gita. That's why I learned Sanskrit. I wanted to see exactly what Krishna is saying and in other texts. So, no. There's all these ideas, in India, there's like hundreds of texts. So some text somewhere may say something. But so
this 7 lives is quite popular in the Bollywood movies, like Saat Jan Tak. You'll have the same spouse. Can you imagine that?
What is this?
Okay, so Brother Ali, I think you have your answer.
What is the concept in Hinduism? If you lead a good life, or you lead a bad life.
Yeah, I would say that to get to the real heart of it, as I understand it, and this is something which is extremely important to me and has led me to argue against many things I've heard, even within the Hare Krishna movement, because in the Hare Krishna movement, I think every religion, for all the uniformity, there are legends and there's this and that. And that's why one thing I really learned from my study of Islamic history, which really I thought was enlightening, was how serious they were about distinguishing between, what did the prophet say, what's in the Quran, and among the things that people say the prophet said, which ones are reliable. And that actually changed, in a sense, that changed my own spiritual life. Because I had a total, what do they call that? That moment that...
epiphany?
Yeah, epiphany, like the lights went on. And then because I thought, when I heard what the Muslims did, I thought, that's really smart. And so then I looked at the Hare Krishna movement and I said, we are really sloppy. Because, we got the same thing. We have the book, we have Bhagavad Gita, and then we have Prabhupada, because Prabhupada is kind of like our prophet. And, Prabhupada said this and Prabhupada said that. And a lot of things people say Prabhupada didn't really say. And even if Prabhupada did say it, it's not exactly the same as the Bhagavad Gita. There is a distinction. And so I would say that it really changed me for the better. I mean, I'd say that I found that very enlightening in terms of my own understanding of how to approach my tradition about what they did. And so one of the main disagreements I have had, because there's a lot of kind of like urban legends, I have to say, rolling around sometimes the Hare Krishna movement, and it just doesn't make sense to me. And so I look at the original text. I do what you guys do. I look at the text. Did Krishna really say that? Well, no, he didn't say it. In fact, he said the opposite. And so one thing that really motivates me is justice. To me, God is supremely just. And I reject, there's all these magical stories, like someone was a terrible sinner. They had absolutely no merit, but then they accidentally performed some pious thing by this or that, and therefore they went to heaven. And I'm thinking, well, wait a second, what about all the other unqualified people that didn't just have that good luck? And so I've really, to me, I've kind of, I don't want to say carved out, but my own path, my own understanding of what I've given my life to, because I've been practicing strictly, sort of, for about over 52 years, you know, which involves, you know, no meat, fish, or eggs, no sex outside of marriage, no drugs, no alcohol, no gambling, stuff like that. I've been doing that for like, you know, 52 years. So
you're almost a Muslim, Howard.
You're a Muslim.
Allah,
Allah, no, really, you're a Muslim. Alhamdulillah, just say now, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah.
Yeah, so
Ali,
believe
does that
me,
answer your question, bro?
I'm also kind of critical. I mean, in my own tradition, I believe that I have God-given reason. And that doesn't mean that I'm a materialist. It doesn't mean I don't believe in miracles. There are miracles. It doesn't mean I don't believe that God sends angels and prophets and avatars. It doesn't mean that. But I believe that even in a world in which we know there's a God, there's a soul, there are angels, there are prophets, it still has to make sense to me. It has to be reasonable. And I'm convinced that all bona fide Shastra scriptures, that there is a reasonable way to understand them.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I think we're going to move on to our next guest.
Please,
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Brother Ali. Nice to talk to you.
We got Imran Khan. Where's he gone?
Imran Khan. Is that the Prime Minister of
Not
Pakistan?
the PM of Pakistan. Or
That's an honor, the Prime Minister. Oh.
Imran Khan, are you the Prime Minister or just his assistant?
Unfortunately, I'm not a Prime Minister. Yes, but I'm Imran Khan. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Actually, I was asking a question from Sir Goswami. Like I was telling, like, you know, the concept of God is like a foundational thing in every religion. As in Islam, like the God is only one. I mean, he's no kids, no father, nothing like that. But the thing is, like, I was watching the other day one of a Muslim scholar video where he gave some explicit verses from the Hindu books that God is one, there is no pratima, no idol, nothing like that. My first question: why today the Hindu followers are worshipping idols then, if there is an explicit verses in the Bhagavad Gita or I mean other holy books? This is my first question. And my second question, like if we are thinking of God, like we are thinking of, you know, kind of supreme power like this. But I was watching some other day Dr. Zakir Naik video, I mean one of the Muslim scholar, where he said that Ram's wife was kidnapped by Ravan, and he used a monkey god, Hanuman, and his monkey army to liberate his wife. I mean, if we think of a god, like it's kind of supreme, so this kind of weakness that his wife is kidnapped and he used other gods, isn't it like, you know, conflicting the imaginations of God that we have?
Yeah, good questions. Good questions. By the way, George Lucas stole the monkey thing in I think it's part 3 of Star Wars. You know, little. Anyway, good questions. Very good questions. I have one question, if you just very quickly, and then it leads into what I want to say, and that is, I can't remember whether this was in my class on Islamic history, but I think I remember that there was maybe it's, I don't know if it's the Bible or Christians, but I think it was Islam, unless I just don't remember, that there was an issue because in the Quran sometimes God is addressed anthropomorphically, like as the Father or as extending the hand of justice.
Never as the Father. Never as
Christianity.
Okay, okay, sorry, wrong. Okay, here's how I'll approach this thing of the pratima. Are you from India? Because like pratima, that's you know that word.
I'm from Pakistan.
Oh, Pakistan, yeah, but you know that word pratima because it's so literally it means a counter. Anyway, never mind what it means. So I'll approach it this way. I'll begin with facts, which I think that we should be able to agree upon, and then I'll see if I can build a bridge from what we can agree on to what, you know, may seem horrendous to you. So
no pun intended,
but this this is what I hope we can agree on: that God is all merciful, that God loves us, and that we really need help.
Yeah,
I mean, we are really stuck down here in the material world. So I believe that God is infinitely merciful, and that God will do everything appropriate and practical to get us back to our real life in the spiritual world, not, banging around in this crazy world. And so, therefore, if it's the fact, I don't know if you were there for this, Imran, but when I talked about Neoplatonism, I mean, I assume you've been listening for 5 hours. Just kidding. But we actually talked about Neoplatonism and the idea, which was a very powerful, probably almost like a dominant metaphysical view in the ancient world. And it's also in the Bhagavad Gita, the idea that this world is a mere reflection of a perfect spiritual world. And so the things we find in this world, like bodies, like fruit trees, like beauty, all kinds of beauty and loving relationships, they're just a reflection. They're an imperfect, corrupted reflection of a perfect world. And so if that's the case, then because at the present time, we are conditioned by our bodies. I mean, we understand, we were born and live a life in which we have bodies. And we recognize each other as bodies, like, hey, that's so-and-so. And that's just the way we understand things now. So if in order to help us, and this is the Hindu/Vaishnava idea, in order to help us, God comes to us in a way that we can somehow or other focus on, even though it's not his real ultimate form. No one thinks philosophically that the Pratima, the image in a Hindu temple, they know it's not God, the ultimate form of God, because, for example, in the temples, every so often they've got to replace the image. They've got to replace the idol because it wears out. And so, you have to be a fool, and they take it and they throw it in the ocean or they burn it. So everyone knows that that's not God's eternal form. No one thinks that. But what they're doing is, it's almost like training wheels. Like when you get a bicycle and you got training wheels. The idea is God has a perfect, eternal form. And so in order to kind of help get us in the, so the way I think you have to, if you're reasonable, I think you'd have to look at it this way. If I claim that God made an arrangement to help us, the obvious question is, does it work? If people, by engaging in that worship, which seems like horrible to people in Semitic religions, if by doing that, people are actually learning to love God and coming closer to God, then, and they know that that's not actually God's body, but somehow God is somehow communicating through that form, and it's bringing them to God, I don't really get the evil.
I think the obvious question would be, does God, in order for him to be worshipped, require any form of statue or idol or something like that?
Well, obviously not, because God also inspires people that don't do that, like Muslims.
Yeah.
So to me, it's not a question.
I think that was probably the question he was asking, Imran.
Well, I would say my personal experience in life, it has helped me. I come from an extremely iconoclastic tradition. I was born in a Jewish family in which, they think that's as bad as probably Muslims think it is.
Well, that's the one thing we do agree with you on.
Yeah. Just
over a few of the things. But
a side point I want to make here. The way you're explaining in terms of how, if it serves practically to bring people closer to worship God, what's wrong with it? Where's the evil to it? This is the way you see it, but is this the way the Creator views it in terms of how people approach Him?
This gets to another point. And my dear brother Mansur.
But can I finish my point though? So that's one point I think, because we can't always think about how we see things are fit. We have to see from the perspective of God himself.
Take my word for it. I would not do it if it was just my idea. It's also
so that brings to my final point. The Gita itself talks about, it's only the foolish people, the ignorant people. I'm not sure exactly what words are used in Sanskrit. They're the ones they concentrate on idols. Isn't that right?
No.
So what does it exactly say?
I would be delighted to share that with you. And I want to take it right from the Gita, so you don't think I'm, that would see the Sanskrit. Let's see.
So, Dr. Howard, just want to make sure. Do you want to go grab something, maybe a drink, or do you want to?
I think we got two more guests, and then we close, man. It's been too
long.
But
even so, do you want to take a moment to get something?
The doctor has been there so long. If you allow me, can I add one point to this?
If I could just answer that one thing, and thank you very much for your kind consideration. Maybe we'll get, and I don't want to dwell on this, but you guys are really interesting. I mean, I have to admit, you remind me of. Because the only real contact I've had with Islam is in this course I took at UCLA. And I really appreciated this golden age of Islam, when Islam kind of intellectually, philosophically, scientifically dominated, say Europe and the Middle East. And talking to you really kind of reminds me of that period, because, you're all intelligent, we're having a good talk. So let me just give you the real translation of that verse. It's text 724 in Bhagavad Gita, and what Krishna literally says is avyaktam vyaktim apanam manyante mang abudhaya. The unintelligent, literally those who don't have buddhi, don't have intelligence, they believe that I am avyaktam. I don't have a form, but that I have taken on a material form. And the reason they're not intelligent is because param bhavam ajananto, they don't understand my actual nature. Param bhavam ajananto, because my real nature is unperishing and supreme. So he kind of says the opposite.
Okay, can I add one point, if you allow me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I was just asking, as you said earlier, that God is so merciful. We all agree on that. The thing I'm asking, for example, if you are helping me every month, you are sending me 50,000 rupees or 1 lakh rupees, and I don't know who you are, as we didn't see the God. And if I, for example, no offense, if I take a mosquito and I said, thank you, God, thank you, Goswami, that you are sending me, you would be offended. You would think just thank me like that. Just don't make me just some small kind of mosquito or something like that. You know what I mean, right? So,
I'll give you a counterexample. I'll give you a counterexample.
Yeah.
The most common thing in the world is that a loving father, whatever his position is, with his little child will get down and be a horsey for his child. And the child will get on the horse, loving parents. And, I had very loving parents. You probably did too. And loving parents with their little children, because we are spiritual babies. And therefore, God is not, you made me into a mosquito. It's like a loving father, mother playing with their little child and helping the child. What would a loving parent not do to save their child? And so again, my personal experience, my own life, this is my own life. I found that, although I'm a real rationalist and all that, that my participation in what we call deity worship, idol's good if you're, trying to win a singing contract, I guess. But my personal experience is that the deity worship / idol worship that I've done has helped me immensely spiritually. I don't think God has a material body. I don't think God's a mosquito. And it has given me great inspiration to give up my lust, to give up my greed, to give up my false ego, to give up all these things, and instead to spend my life trying the best I can to help people to love God. So that's my personal, and this gets back to another point about, again, and you're probably so sick of me, you're going to like never want to see me again. But my point is that if I'm right, and God only knows, but if it's a fact that there have been among people that really loved Allah, people that really loved the Quran, that gave their life to it, sometimes physically gave their lives for it, that there were sometimes different views, not crazy views. I don't mean crazy views. Some views are really crazy. Then when you make the argument that Bhagavad Gita has to be wrong because in some points it's not what the Quran says. And so
I think the other problem we might face is, for example, if I made a picture of you which didn't resemble you, which you might get offended with, yes, then would it not serve an opposite purpose of displeasing God instead of pleasing God?
But that's
God never told you. Wait. God never told you what form He's in. What His form is.
My dear brother Hashim, it just so happens that you gave me a great pitch right there, because that's exactly what we all did. I think, at least I did, when we were little kids. We drew funny little pictures of our parents. Love your son. And so nothing made my parents happier than to get my crazy little drawing, which did not at all.
You were just drawing. You were not worshiping, were you? There's a big difference.
You are
not a kid anymore. You're a grown up.
I was expressing love. And when my parents saw this funny little drawing, what they saw was one thing: love. And so if someone goes, and here's an interesting point, which I didn't mention before, even in the Vaishnava tradition, worshiping the deity in the temple is considered to be a lower stage. It's not considered. In fact, there's even a verse in the Bhagavatam that, that if someone is really attached to worshiping the deity in the temple, but doesn't understand that God is in the heart of all souls in the right way, and doesn't honor all souls as somehow related to God, then that person is on the material platform. That is not a spiritualist. And Prabhupada, my guru, Prabhupada even said to me when in 1974, he put me in charge of all Latin America. I was 25 years old. My God, there was no one else to do it. So he even said to me, don't focus on building temples and worshiping idols. He said, focus on knowledge, give people philosophy, give people knowledge. He said, for the more advanced practitioners, it's about knowledge, not about these rituals. Krishna himself says it. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita 4:33, Shreyan Jagyamaya Jagya, Jnana Jagya Parantava. Worshipping me by trying to understand me, by studying, by knowledge, is higher than just doing rituals.
Yeah, that I totally agree. But you see, you seem to give the analogy of a child and a parent. But the thing is, those people who actually focus on this idol worship or deities, they do not remain child even after so many, cycles of incarnation.
Not true. Absolutely not true.
Yeah.
There are some people, frankly, there are some people, as you must know, who claim to be Muslims and never really get it. There are some people in every religion that ever existed that claim to be this or that, but don't really exhibit the qualities, the character of a godly person.
No, that's different. Again, look, you're talking about practicing the religion and understanding whether God is someone who is beyond any imagination. Like Allah says in the Quran,
in the real world, what we find is that often people who take up the worship that you consider to be, bogus, that it actually leads many people to love and to knowledge. And so, again, we have to talk about the real world. If you say that some people are ritualistic, some people are superficial, Some people can worship deities all day and night and they don't treat other people properly. Some people claim to be Muslims and don't treat people properly. Some people claim to be Christians. Some people claim to be Buddhist. Everything. I mean, what religion?
No, I totally agree. Look, when it comes to practicing, we agree. But what I'm talking about is you trying to represent God, what he has never ever said, that I'm going to be of this shape or that shape.
But that's not true.
So did he tell you what shape he's going to be in?
Yes. For example, the Bhagavatam. Probably our greatest theologian, at least from the early days of Lord Chaitanya's movement, the greatest theologian was named Jiva Goswami. And he wrote these very important books, foundational books about our epistemology and all these things. And so he said, and it's accepted by everyone, even Chaitanya himself said it, that our most important text is the Bhagavatam. The Gita, of course, is the Bhagavad Gita, but that's like introductory. And so getting into more advanced theology.
Yeah, so the Bhagavatam is about the different avatars of Krishna.
The Bhagavatam is about everything. The Bhagavatam
is the key theme, isn't it? The avatars.
I'm answering my dear brother Hashim. The Bhagavatam specifically describes the deity worship.
So the different avatars, yeah?
No, it describes puja.
No, the question I asked you, God tell you what form was in order for you to create a murti, create an idol of that shape. That's the question I asked you.
Yes.
Is that in the textbooks, in the scripture?
In the Bhagavatam, yeah.
Okay.
But again, it's for beginners. The tradition understands that this is not the final stage. In fact, the tradition says if you don't go beyond this temple puja, then you didn't really get it. You didn't understand it.
Okay, so it's for the beginners. Is that what you're saying?
It's for the beginners.
That explains the child analogies that you gave us. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Just
somebody's asking a question here. I don't know if that makes sense.
Question someone asking on the chat. Natasha Pratima Asti. This is from Yajurveda, if I'm not mistaken. So
the other one is Ekam Evedityam.
So the word in Sanskrit means not, tasya of him, pratima, an image, asti there is. There is not an image of him. Now the 10 billion rupee question is, who said that? Who said that? I mean, anyone. I could say whatever you want. I could say whatever you want in Sanskrit. It's a language, I can.
Yeah.
We agree. We need to know which verse, which location, which book. We say the same about the Quran. You can't quote verses out of context.
I give the reference.
If you can't provide the reference, then I'm sorry, it just doesn't work.
So let's take two last guests before we make this any longer.
Yajurveda 32.3. That's where it's coming from, I think.
Yajurveda is that one of the texts you recognize? The Yajurveda.
Yajurveda.
Yeah.
No, we can bring Kaleem in. Kaleem, go on. State your question, brother. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. You're muted,
brother.
We can't hear you. You're still muted.
Oh, sorry. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you doing, Dr. Goswami?
Right?
Yes. It could be just a follow-up of what the previous question was about the authority of the scriptures in Hinduism. Like the Hindu scholars, they say that there are Shrutis and Smritis. The Shrutis consist of the Vedas and the Upanishads, which they consider it to be the word of God. And the Smritis is the word of the human beings or the sages and the explanation. So I'll come to my question. Let me complete my question, then inshallah, maybe you can put forward your points. Okay, basically, when there is a contradiction between the Shrutis and the Shrutis will have the final say. So if you read the Vedas, like the brother pointed out too, that there are many references in the Vedas as well as in the Upanishads, which strictly speak against the concept of idol worship. Like for example, Yajurveda chapter 32, verse number 3, and the same message given in Shweta Upanishad, chapter 4, verse 19, which says, Na tasya pratima asti, the Sanskrit quotation that which was given, that there is no image of God. In fact, Yajurveda even says that in chapter 40, verse number 8 and 9, that those who worship asambhuti, that is the natural things like air, water, sun, moon, the natural things, they are entering into darkness. And the verse continues and he says, they are entering more into darkness, those who worship the Sambhuti, that is the created things, like an idol, like a chair,
I get your point. I mean, you don't have to read your whole list of texts.
No, I haven't come to my question yet. I'm just giving you the references which are given in the Vedas and the Upanishads, which are the most authoritative scriptures.
I know that. You don't have to repeat it because you've misunderstood a lot of things, and the sooner I can get
and we know, yes, and we know that the Smriti is Bhagavad Gita is a part of Mahabharata, and Mahabharata also falls under Smriti. So if the Bhagavata Purana or the Bhagavad Gita or the Mahabharata says something about idol worship, and if it is directly contradicting with what the Vedas and the Upanishads say, according to authoritative Hindu scholars, including Rajaram Mohan Roy, the founder of Brahmo Samaj, Swami Dayananda Saraswati, the founder of Arya Samaj, I'm just telling you that they strictly spoke against the concept of idol worship.
Okay, it's hard to keep track.
No, I have already given you the background. Now let me state my question. My question is, you gave the logic about the child, or in the beginning stages, you worship the idols, and as you understand the true concept of God, you stop worshiping the idols. The argument that which I would present,
that you're getting everything wrong.
No, let me put forward. The argument is that if the fundamental teachings of the Hindu scriptures, the Vedas and the Upanishads, is that God Almighty does not have any image, and you cannot make an image of God, and you cannot do idol worship, then the fundamental teaching itself is being taught wrongly to the Hindu followers. Okay. Then it's a big problem that which occurs here.
Yeah, I think I really understand your point. You know, I mean, you said it about 5 times, and trust me, I'm not that stupid, and I really got your point. And you really got almost everything wrong. So if you'll allow me to, and just like
the last statement, and then you can, inshallah, you can speak. The last statement is that the fundamental teachings, as I said, of mathematics, for example, is 2 + 2 = 4. That's a fundamental teaching. So would you teach a child that 2 + 2 is not equal to 4, it is equal to 3 or 5, and then tell him, but when you come to your college and university, when you have upgraded in your education, then 2 + 2
you got your question. Let him answer.
You got the question, please.
You're not helping yourself, and you're not correcting any of your mistakes. Take my word for it. So I'll begin now. First of all, you've misrepresented the difference between Shruti and Smriti, so I'll explain the actual case. The word Shruti in Sanskrit means hearing, and Smriti means remembering. And so that's a division of literature. The Shruti literature is generally considered to be older, although that's also actually a mistake to some extent made by Western scholars, because in the Shruti literature, especially the Vedas, like the Yajurveda and so on, the power was considered to be in the actual mantra and the phoneme itself. Therefore, over long periods of time, they preserved precisely the exact sound, whereas in the Upanishads, also Shruti, the power was in the language, and therefore the same ideas and philosophy was expressed in different centuries in different language, which gives the false impression by linguistic analysis that some literatures are older. But apart from that, the first problem you have, and although in generally Shruti is considered the oldest literature, in some of the oldest Shruti, like for example, the Chandogya Upanishad, one of the oldest Upanishads, which is, it's like super Shruti. It's super Shruti. And it says, Itihasa Puranam cha Panchamo Veda Uchyate. There are 4 Vedas, which are the ritualistic portion, the Rig Veda, Yajur, Sama, Yatharva Veda. But that's not philosophy. You see, there's the Samhitas, the ritual books for the people that want material rewards. That's not the philosophical portion. The portion of the Shruti, which gives philosophy, is called the Upanishads. And in one of the very oldest Upanishads, it says, Itihasa Puranam cha Panchamo Veda. The Smritis, such as Itihasa and Purana, are the 5th Veda. They are the 5th Veda. They have the same status as Shruti. That's one point. Another point is that among the traditional, most serious, major league, super Indian theologians and philosophers, the battleground for philosophical discussion, like we're having, was Vedanta. The Brahma Sutras, the Vedantas. That's where the most serious philosophical debates took place that determined the entire history of Hinduism. And so the Vedanta Sutra, and Veda means knowledge and Anta means the end. So it's the end of knowledge, the highest point of knowledge. Now, this whole debate over Vedanta, because Vedanta is a series sutra. It means these little short, little pithy statements you have to, which explain the Upanishads. So you have to be able to show how these little condensed sutras explain the Upanishads, which are the knowledge portion, Jnana Kanda, the knowledge portion of Shruti. And so in order to understand the Upanishads, you have the Vedanta. And the Vedanta has three legitimate sources of knowledge. There are three texts which you are allowed to quote in order to make your argument about what the Vedas really mean. Those three authoritative texts are the Upanishads themselves, and the Brahma Sutras themselves, the Vedanta, and the Bhagavad Gita. And the Bhagavad Gita. So therefore, in Hindu, if you want to use that word, tradition, the most serious philosophical attempt for many, many centuries by the greatest teachers in the history of Hinduism to explain what the Upanishads mean, one of the authoritative sources, in a sense the most, is the Bhagavad Gita, which technically is a Shruti, but appears in the Mahabharata. The Mahabharata is itihasa, history, and the Vedas themselves say that the histories and the Puranas are the fifth Veda. That's the first point. Next, let's go to the word pratima. I've noticed a big problem in Hinduism, and that is it's a linguistic problem, because Hindi, as you know, Hindi is sort of an amalgam of what is it? There's Urdu, which is more on the Muslim side, and there's Hindi, more on the Hindu side, but it's a mixture of these two languages, Islamic languages and Sanskrit languages. So, for example, in Hindi, you can say larka, which means boy, or that's on the Muslim side, which actually most Hindus use that word, or on the Sanskrit side, it's kumar. So you have these two languages. So the problem here linguistically is that because you have so many Sanskritic words that have survived into Hindi, and even Urdu, like you know the word pratima, there's so many Sanskritic words that have changed their meanings. If you look, for example, at the Latin and Greek roots of English words, you'll find they've gone all over the place. And so similarly, Hindi and Urdu words, which come from Sanskrit, have shifted semantically all over the place. And so the word pratima, which may mean a deity, but it can mean many other things. Because let's see what the word pratima really means. The word pratima is made of a prefix and a verbal root. Prati means something like, in this case, a counter, like a counteraction or something like that. And ma is to measure. So pratima, a countermeasure, means an imitation of something. So in fact, that verse that you quoted, and that was interesting, and thanks for hanging in here, that verse, if you look at Old Sanskrit, can also literally mean basically the same thing you guys are saying, that there is no imitation of God. There is no imitation of God. God is unique. Not only that, anyway, it can be, plus there's another point. No Vedic scholar would ever dare to quote a verse without knowing thoroughly the context. For example, the tasya means of him. Who are we even talking about? Who are we even talking about there? It could be some part of the Vedas where it's saying you should worship Indra. Because if you're quoting the Yajur Veda talks a lot more about, Indra, who's basically Zeus. The Vedas talk a lot more about Indra than they do about the Supreme Lord. So God I'd have to see even what Tasya refers to. Who are we even talking about? And what does the word Pratima mean there? And what is the context there? So what you have is people like the Arya Samaj, and I'll tell you where that comes from. Because what happened is when the British took over India, when they kind of, took the baton from the Mughals. And what happened is the British came in with all this sophisticated technology, Western universities, modernism, and they did everything they could to humiliate Hindus and convince them that they were primitive, they were barbaric, they were idol worshipers, they needed to become Christians, they needed to become Western. And so what happened is they took all these things like the idol worship, and you guys are so primitive, you are so out of it. And so what happened is there was a Hindu reaction in the 19th century to all this Hindu bashing. And some of the people, there was a group of Hindus who said that, fight fire with fire. So they thought the best way to prevent all of Hindus from being converted into Christianity is to remove from Hinduism the more embarrassing aspects of it. And so forth, these movements started, like the Arya Samaj, the Brahmo Samaj. They said, well, the way we can kind of be more respectable to Muslims and Christians is that we will reject the idol worship. And therefore, they created this idea that actually the real Vedic culture is the Upanishads, and et cetera, et cetera. And then later it got corrupted by all this primitive idol worship. And then they sort of ransacked through the Vedas, taking verses out of context, mistranslating things to prove that, no, we're just like the Abrahamic religions. We're not crazy, we're not stupid, we're not primitive. So that's what that's all coming from. And you said a few other things, which I'm. But anyway,
can you please explain the other verse that which I quoted from Yajur Veda, chapter 40, verse number 9, which says, they are entering andhatma pravishanti ya asambhuti mupaste. They are entering into darkness, those who worship the asambhuti, that is the natural things. And the verse continues, it says, they are entering more into darkness, those who worship the sambhuti, that is the created things. So
I'm afraid I'm going to have to.
Veda chapter 40, verse number 9.
Yeah, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to go into the Sanskrit and explain what that verse is actually saying. If you don't mind, let's see.
Just for the audience, Brother Kaleem is the last and final guest. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. So that is actually text. No, it's text 10 actually of the Isa Upanishad. The Isa Upanishad is distinguished and unique among Upanishads in the sense that it is the only Upanishad that's directly part of a Vedic Samhita text.
No, I quoted Yajur Veda, chapter 40, verse 9.
Yeah, the Isa Upanishad is in the Yajur Veda. That's what I was trying to tell you. Okay, and so here it's actually, I don't know if I can put on the screen, it's text 12 of the Isa Upanishad, which is part of the Yajur Veda. And the actual Sanskrit word, what it actually says is, I'll read the Sanskrit and translate it literally for you. Andang tamak pravishanti jayasambhuti mupasate. That those people enter into blind darkness or dark blindness, whatever, those who worship asambhuti. And so now, I mean, the first thing that you should really want to know is, what does that word mean? And so therefore, I'm going to go to the standard Oxford Sanskrit dictionary everyone uses, Monier Williams, and let's see if we can find out what Sambhuti means. Sambhuti means, by the way, this is a very esoteric statement. If you were thinking if you were thinking that this statement is exoteric, it's kind of like the surface grammar is what it means. No, I'll just read you what the means of Sambhutim are. And Asambhutim is just not Sambhuti. So it means birth, origin, production, growth, still going here, manifestation of greater superhuman power, suitability, fitness. I mean, so let's take, I would say, I mean, because Sambhuti is formed from the prefix sam and the verb bhu, which means to be. So it can mean to arise. Sambhavati, for example, is a way of saying that something arises. But also, it can mean something which has arisen in the noun sambhuti, and therefore can mean something powerful. So one could literally translate this verse with no stretch of anything as a caution not to worship something which is not God. And so what this verse is saying, actually, is andang tamak pravisha, that those people enter into darkness or blind darkness who worship that which is not powerful. And those people enter even further. Tato bhuya means even further. Those people enter even further into darkness who are dedicated to something which is powerful, but is not God. And that's actually the way it has been taken by the tradition. Nothing here about God, nothing here about idols, nothing here about nada. And so therefore, what we're really seeing, we're seeing a bunch of people who are trying to bash Hinduism and trying to sort of like a false flag thing, trying to turn Hinduism against itself. And they find these verses, they mistranslate them. And so, I mean, better to be, frankly, like a faithful Muslim that just says, that's not in the Quran, I don't believe it. You know, I mean, if someone says that, I think, okay, I disagree with you, but I respect your integrity. But this like trying to play around with the Sanskrit, no, because whoever...
The translation was given by Ralph T. Griffith.
Ralph T. Griffin is very well known as an Orientalist, as someone who was part of the coterie of Sanskrit scholars who were trying to convert India into more of a Christian Western nation. And therefore, no Indologist would ever believe that something is true just because Griffin said it. And so, unfortunately, I'd like to agree with you. You're just like over a century late on that one.
Even Devi Chand, an Indian scholar, even he said the same thing.
Yeah.
So you would say even Devi Chand is wrong.
There are thousands and thousands of Indian scholars. There, as we know very well, there are people who are born into good Muslim families and turn against Islam and make a career out of going on YouTube and doing everything they can to put down Islam. I mean, am I right or wrong on that one?
Yeah.
I mean, there are people.
You are. I mean, there is. I mean, there's enemies on both sides. And I think
there are people in every religion, every human organization on earth, whether it be religious, political, cultural, social. There are people that feel, they fed me a bunch of malarkey. They leave and they do all they can to put it down. And guess what? There are Hindus like that. There are people who are Hindus. So what?
Howard, what is a good translation according to you in English of the Bhagavad Gita?
The one that Howard did, the one that he did.
Honestly, mine. And I know, and that's not coming from my narcissism. It's coming from some other things come from my narcissism, but not that. because in that Gita, I really, to use the old expression, bent over backwards to be literal. And what I did is my own teacher, Prabhupada, had a different methodology in the sense that he quoted all kinds of Vedic literatures to say, what I did is, because I thought, hey, I'm doing this for Western people. I can't just say, well, this is true because it's in this other scripture or it's in that scripture, because they don't believe that. So therefore, I took upon myself the task of taking all of the key terms in the Gita, whether it's jnanam, knowledge, yoga, bhakti, word, everything, all the key jargon of the Bhagavad Gita, every key term. And I traced every place in the Gita that word occurs. And I defined every key term in the Gita internally based on Krishna's own definitions.
Okay, that actually brings me to this question I wanted to ask you earlier, but I forgot. That term I asked you earlier for worship exclusively for the Almighty God, which I think you said Archanam, something like that. Yeah. So in your research, are you saying that word is exclusively used only for Almighty God and no one else? Or is that similar to the Elohim word in Judaism, which can be used for Almighty God, which can also be used for angel, even for the devil, even for humans? So is it used like that, or is it exclusively like the term Allah? Allah can only be used for Almighty God.
Yeah. Good question. I would say that there are, in Islam, as I understand it from you, Islam has certain rules, like you can use this word here, but you can't use it there.
Yeah.
And those rules were formulated, in my view, for good reasons, to try to really build a high wall of separation between monotheism and polytheism, and to not let polytheism creep in, in any way. So I understand the intention. I personally am also, in my own pagan way, a defender of monotheism. But on the Hindus, I'm using the word Hindu just for convenience, like all the people.
No, we understand. Yeah, we understand.
So on the Hindu side, they were, I would say, they were not as absolutely strict on linguistic conventions, but they were, at least, the people I follow, they were equally strict on the point of monotheism. So in other words, the fact that a different culture adopts a different strategy to defend monotheism doesn't mean that they're not really monotheists. They just were in a different world, they were in a different culture, and they adopted a different strategy, but they did very powerfully defend monotheism.
I think it's about not getting or not letting polytheism creep into monotheism, and that's why we don't even use the term Father for God. The Christians use it. I think the Jews use it. But in Islam, we have made a clear distinction between Almighty God, even how to refer to him, let alone his names and attributes. So this is, I think, that's the reason I asked you earlier, when you mentioned puja, because to my understanding, the term puja can also mean worship. In fact, puja would be more, I think, from the, you probably know the linguistics better, but this word archanam, it says respect in some of the dictionaries that I've seen. Maybe those dictionaries might be wrong. I don't know what they are, but I don't think there's a term which exclusively is exclusively used for Almighty God when it comes to worship.
Okay, but let's go with that for a moment. Here's the point. Muslim or Islamic culture, as it developed in a certain part of the world, and obviously because Islam spread to many parts of the world, and obviously different countries have their own little twist on things, which you could say are not the basic philosophy, but they're cultural. But still, there is and that's one of the main points you guys make all the time. The fact that, discipline in the ranks, that we have uniformity. My point is that in Vaishnavism, we have the same discipline in the ranks. And that if you say, look, it's like saying this, look, I'm taking this particular medicine because I don't want to get, like, say, I don't want to mention vaccine. It's like too crazy nowadays. But let's say, not talking about COVID, not talking about vaccines, because it's just too much madness. Let's say I say that that I eat oranges every day because I need vitamin C. And someone else doesn't eat oranges. They may, let's say, eat something else that has vitamin C. And you say, okay, well, you must not be getting vitamin C because you don't eat oranges. So the real point is, if I get a blood test or a urine sample and it turns out, let's say I'm not eating oranges, but I got lots of vitamin C in my body, what's the problem? So if we have, you can talk about your uniformity, and that's fine. And historically, there's a lot of truth in that. But guess what? I can read texts which are thousands of years old, and it's like they're talking to me right now. We have very old books that totally are talking today to me. There has been an extraordinary discipline in the ranks theologically. And so therefore, if a tradition like the Vaishnava tradition doesn't deploy the same linguistic strategies to protect monotheism, which I understand and respect, I'm not saying, oh, why would you do that? I mean, I understand why it's done in Islam, and I respect the fact that it's done. It's not the way I would go about it based on my culture. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, guess what? I started out as a very strong monotheist. I have zero tolerance for anything that compromises monotheism, zero tolerance, even in Hinduism. I have a lot of trouble with any aspect of Hinduism that in any way compromises monotheism. And I have been using this, you could say, imperfect language in which we share terms. And guess what? As my body gets older, I find I'm more and more, heavy about monotheism, uncompromising. So therefore, what's the problem? I mean, if you look at me, you may not agree with my ontology.
I think, look, you know what the problem is. I think if you start saying the term worship for man and for God, for creation and for the creator, it's clearly. I think, look, if someone as educated and as I would say someone who's actually translated the Bhagavad Gita, if once they reach your status, then they understand, find the distinctions, can understand the different meanings. But I'm talking about 90% of Indians who actually don't study to that level, who don't understand even Sanskrit.
That's why I don't
get confused when you have different terminology for the same thing.
Okay. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. And that is why personally, I don't use the word worship very much. Sometimes within the Hare Krishna movement, it's just that people don't bother me, say this or that. But in my own teaching, in my own translation, I do not use the word worship unless I'm talking about God. I mean, because to honor, for example, I have a teacher, and there's a very ancient custom called Guru Puja, worshiping the Guru. Because of my strong, heavy monotheistic background, I prefer another literal translation of the word puja, which means honoring the teacher. My mother, for God's sake, taught me to honor my teachers. When I was a kid, those were different times. If I came home from school and said something bad about the teacher, I was in big trouble. I had to honor.
We honor our teachers, and especially in the Asian communities, I think it's a big thing, regardless of whether you're Hindu, Muslim, Christian, or whatever. We respect and we love our teachers because they give us the gyan, they give us the knowledge. So
exactly. So
yes.
I understand why you feel the way you do, because in my view, a lot of what goes on in what is called Hinduism has been theologically very, very careless. And in a sense, Islam in a sense is the opposite. In fact, just to reinforce the point of what I consider to be a kind of like an unacceptable informality with words like this, and that's something is this. You read any textbook on Hinduism, and one of the first things they'll say is, in Hinduism, it's not about orthodoxy, it's not about having the proper belief, it's just orthopraxis. And I think that's a disaster. My own teacher was extremely strict about these things. He might not have followed Islamic linguistic conventions, but if someone, Prabhupada used to say, when he went to New York in 1966, and he began his mission, and everyone's God, I'm all these gurus, I'm God, you're God. Prabhupada used to say, if you say you are God, G-O-D, you are a dog, D-O-G. I mean, I don't see how you can get more monotheistic than that. That's what Prabhupada used to say publicly. If you say you are God, G-O-D, you are D-O-G, dog.
Okay, so
Prabhupada, I don't think any of you could possibly be heavier on this point that there's no God but God than my teacher or myself. So you may think that if we're sloppy with the language, and maybe you're right. Maybe that's one of the reasons. I mean, to be honest with you and just not, bluff, you could be right. You could be right that a certain linguistic informality has led to a type of theistic relativism. And there may be something to your point.
No, I appreciate the response. I think that
in light of the time, I think we should try and bring this to a close now.
It looks like Howard loves to talk. He hasn't even phased out. I'm so surprised, mashallah.
Look at that. 5 hours and you're still going.
What are you drinking there? That must be some secret potion there.
Well, whatever, you know what it is? It's those California oranges. Clearly.
All we get is
Brother Kaleem, Jazakallah khairan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
We won't be taking any more guests. I'm afraid that's it.
Taking any more guests?
Yeah, no more guests.
I probably should.
No. We've been more than generous with your time and more than generous with your knowledge. And as we promised, we would have a robust discussion, and this was a robust discussion. So we appreciate you.
I heard this was just part one.
Well, I think by the looks of it, I think Dr. Saab was just warming up. He was just warming up now, So anyway, but alhamdulillah. Brother Hashim, Brother Mansur, last words, and then we'll give Doctor the final word, and then we'll close out.
Yeah, last word. I think we had lots of words already today, so let's finish this. But we look forward to having another stream. If it's okay with you, we got a lot more to cover, I'm sure. So hopefully see you again shortly.
Yeah,
thank you.
Great to have you on our stream, and I'm sure the audience would have loved your knowledge and the way you've explained certain concepts. Because that's what we want to do initially. I mean, we don't want to just explain it ourselves with what we know. We want someone from the inside who is practicing believing, who can express what they believe and why they believe. So we really appreciate your input and the marathon, 5-hour discussion that you had. So that's really, really,
you've broken our record, I think.
Yeah, amazing. And you haven't even got off from your seat, and I have been walking, coming back, and I had a little break, come back. Wow. So thank you once again. It was a pleasure having you, and we hope to see you again with other topics to cover, because we just barely started to explore and demystify many aspects of Hinduism. So thank you.
Last words, Doctor?
Yeah, I think this is not the first, but it's definitely one of the many times in which I feel that Krishna has given me knowledge through Islam, through contact with intelligent, devoted Muslims. And, when you get that many people serving God for that long, so I'd like to thank all of you, because this has been really great for me. This is kind of the world I want to live in. And, where we can, you can talk to intelligent, sincere people from different traditions and learn from them and try to explain certain things. And so, this was really great for me too.
Interesting. So have you been on a similar Muslim panel before?
No, because I just don't have contact with Muslims. Like I said, I took a course in the history of Islam. I thought it was a good course. I mean, the teacher was not the most charismatic person in the world, but we had really good textbooks, and really good textbooks that were not at all, how should I put it, like trying to deconstruct Islam. And they were, they were kind of neutral, but respectful. I would say very respectful textbooks. And I found it fascinating. I found it fascinating because it was, because one thing you guys always stress is that sort of the simplicity of it, and not at all in a derogatory way. There's a certain simplicity which kind of makes things transparent. You can see right on the surface what's happening, and what do people do when, like what do you do if you are in charge of a country and you don't have a law book? Well, you need a law school. Or what do you do when, as inevitably in any religion, there's all these things that people are quoting as authority, like, the prophet said this, but the Quran, of course, obviously was the highest authority, but the prophet said this, someone said that, or someone who knew the prophet, or this person was a saintly Muslim, and that person said that. So what's the hierarchy here? Because it's clear that in the early days, it was just like any religion. People were quoting this, quoting that. And then so these intelligent people who are actually quite good scholars, they just said, we've got to get this all straightened out. We need a coherent, reasonable, authoritative system, consistent with everything we know to be true. And so when I read that, I thought that was really, like I said, that was really smart. And I thought, and so there are all kinds of things. As I watched, and inevitably in any earthly religion, some things you say, well, I hope we don't do that. But there were a lot of other things where I thought, yeah, that was really smart. So, yeah, I always benefit when I learn more about Islam.
And yeah, likewise from us. Thank you very much for those kind words and your time. And likewise, we're in the, we do this as a side project. Obviously, we have day jobs. We are not scholars, and nor are we sort of putting ourselves into that position. We're trying to do the best to learn as students of knowledge. This is what we do, and we try to share the little that we learn with the people that we come into contact with. And I mean, in my experience, I've traveled the world, east to west, north to south, and I think, look, differences will always exist. And I think what we can do is at least understand the other side before you start talking about them. And I think most of the problem comes when you assume you think you know what the other side is about. And I remember a teacher of mine telling me very early on in my career, actually one of my professors, he said, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Okay, and that particular.
I see. That was
yeah. You see how that works? That's a linguistic trick there. Yeah, I have one or two myself. So, so that little bit of gold nugget advice is something that I mean, on a sort of higher level, I think we take quite seriously, which is before you enter any debate. We're told actually it's Quranic as well as our prophetic tradition, which is before you speak to anyone, come to common terms. And this is in the Quran. It says, come to common terms on what you agree.
That's the point. Yeah, that's
what you agree first of all, and then let's talk about the differences. Because unless you can have a common platform on which to at least come to an agreement, how are you ever going to discuss anything else? You can't. And so I think as I opened up the discussion today, I said, look, we are monotheists. Let's start from that platform. And I think that was an agreeable platform to start from. And then let's spread out and see where the differences are. And I think that allowed for, what was an intellectually informed decision. And it was something hopefully the audience appreciated, and I definitely did. So again, heartfelt thanks. Thank you very much, and heartfelt gratitude for being on. And if you are accepting, we'll contact you again, and we'll see if we can arrange.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see you guys again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Brother Hashim, please close out.
Yeah, we also want to thank all the moderators and obviously all the people who have been subscribing and sharing the stream and liking it. Obviously, you all play a part in the ecosystem. So thank you very much for that. And Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.